All right, y'all. Shay Shay interview dropped. Uh, we're gonna see about it. I assume people are triggered. Hopefully that's not the case, but you know, you never know nowadays. Video probably be uploaded tomorrow about the rallies because those rallies were, oh my god. I think the Trump rally, especially that Madison Square Garden rally, that did not do him any favors whatsoever. Any favors whatsoever. But I thought it was horrible. And we are back. All right, lordy lordy. Skate Queen says they mad Shannon didn't grill her, but are perfectly fine with Rogan glazing Trump for 3 hours. Make it make sense. Are people really upset of Shannon Sharp? Huh? Is that really the case? Are people really upset at Shannon Sharp? I'm genuinely trying to find out. Are people like, man, He went way too easy on her and all that. Are people? Is that really what's happening? Is that really what's being said? Kamala could literally sign reparations into law, and they still call it a trick bag and refuse to take money because she's not FBA. These people are fucking stupid. That's what I've noticed. That's why I'm like, it's no point. Shannon Sharp. Has anyone done a review of it yet? I gotta go over that. Honestly, I have to go over that Trump rally. I have to put out a video. Cause Lord, that was fucking painful. The Anthony Richardson tapped out. What is this? Was anybody? Apparently, what's his name got Stephen Smith got on Sean Hannity and destroyed him. I'm gonna said this to Black America. What? Sir, you're not even black. Sharing a podcast with Kamala Harris gets destroyed. Black and white sports. What is this? I don't. Risk it all. Wish we already know he's gonna coon. Honestly, if it was up to me, I would line up all these freaking Sambos. Never mind. Let's Where's the interview? Bro, we don't even have the interview? Here it is. Okay. Why are they so mad? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Duty calls for us on Call of Duty. Go on.
What the fuck? Oh, it's an organic ad. All right. Can one of these FBA black men call in and explain to me why they so mad at this interview? Or why they so mad at Kamala? I don't understand, man. They got more smoke for Kamala than they do for Trump, and I'm lost. I really am lost. It's so many of them want to be victims, and it's weird. It's so weird to have grown men want to be victims. But nevertheless, let's go on. How do you feel about Young Don Reborn? Have you ever seen his stuff? I have no idea who the fuck Young Don Reborn is. What's Young Don Reborn? Wait, what? She got Cat Williams on there? Young Don Reborn. Who is this? What's the deal with Reborn? I don't understand. What's his deal? Heaven debunked? Did this atheist debunk heaven? Oh, is this one of those black men who've turned Christian? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Honestly, I'm sick and tired of these religious niggas. I'll be honest with you. I've just grown just a sour taste in all of it, bro. Just a real bitter taste. I'm just tired of these niggas constantly. Because it's Jesus this or God that, and then they don't know scripture or some bastardization of it or some fucking nonsense. I'm just really just tired of these niggas. I don't know who this is. She is so cringe. Can't save them. The only choice. Elon Musk says Trump will save American divine. What's his take? I don't understand. Oprah can't save Kamala Harris from this. Americans' true opinion on Haitian immigrants. Vote because she's black. I guess instead of looking at the titles, because the titles are clickbait, because you want people to fucking click at the video. Kamala flip flops. Don't say Jesus. Okay, let's see. Because I've heard this before about this don't say. Where apparently someone says Christ is king. But here's the thing. This is tantamount to when, they say, when fucking Groyper say Christ is king to Ben Shapiro. Right? If somebody is, giving a speech and you just scream, Christ is king! Like, come on, fam. You're not trying to actually mean Christ is king. You just trying to be a disturbance, bro. That's it. and you trying to hide it behind Christ, which makes it even worse. Which really makes it even worse. It's like those people, what was it, the Baptist Bureau or whatever, where they would go to funerals of like gay people and say, you know, God hates them and they're gonna burn in hell. It's like, bro, you're not really trying to convert anybody. You're just trying to cause a scene. Sausage Lord says, can't believe Sonny Johnson cooning for Trump. Also, Young Don loves tantrum. Young Don loves tantrum. I don't know, man. I just I'm not gonna say I don't care. I just it's just expected, honestly. It's just expected. Because I think there are more coons on YouTube than there are actual black men. And that's for a reason. Because as I told you before, I mean, that's where the money is, bro. That's where the fucking money is. It's as simple as that. That's where the money is. I know I saw that Roland Martin had Obama on, if I'm not mistaken. He had Obama. I mean, but Roland Martin is... How many Roland Martins out there, right? How many Roland Martins on YouTube are there? There aren't any. Roland Martin's the only black person I know that can get Obama on, Kamala Harris interview, a governor, an attorney, DOJ, a litany of political figures on his show. I don't know anyone. Aside from him, there's no other black person that's doing it to that degree. And I think that's a fucking shame. I think even when it comes to the numbers, there's no other black individual that's doing numbers. That's actually, you know, having these discussions. You're just not having it. Like, I've heard all the other people that they want to talk about. It's like these Negroes are just saying shit, bro. They're not doing anything politically, but they want to complain about politics. I just, so I'm not going to blame, you know, black people trying to make a bag because that's what they've been trained to do. The best way to get money is to, would be to talk, you know, in favor of Trump.
Guided by our faith.
What faith? What faith? You mentioned so many faiths earlier. Which faith? You see, this is the nonsense. This is the false tolerance that the people on the left try to portray. You're asking us to accept evil is good and pretend that good is evil. So,
what do you mean evil is good and good is evil? What the fuck is he talking about?
of course, we are going to be a divided nation because we are a nation where half the country has been brainwashed to endorse satanic ideologies.
I don't have time for this shit. I really don't have time for this shit. I don't have time for this fucking cooning, tap dance, fucking Crisis King, fucking satanic ideology. This is Christian babble. You're absolutely correct. This is fucking Christian babble, bro. I don't want to hear for this. This is like some boomer fucking take. You know what? There's satanic rituals. That's what they want to do. Like, get the fuck out. Like, there comes a point in time when you grow up as a fucking an adult, right? You grow up as an adult, right? You understand there's nuance, there's gray areas, that everything is not black and white, that not everybody listens to what you listen to. Not everybody likes all your music that you like. Not everybody agrees with what you agree with. So when I hear this fucking boomer take of satanic rituals and ideology, it's like, yo, okay.
Like feminism, like communism.
What the fuck are you talking about? So feminism is satanic? Communism is satanic? Are you fucking stupid?
Like rainbowism. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Cool sermon at a black church. This is a devastation, an abomination. This is blasphemy of the highest order.
Wait, hold up. Maybe I didn't hear it. What the fuck is he talking about, bro?
Kamala Harris recently gave a political sermon at a black church.
Okay.
This is a devastation, an abomination. This is blasphemy of the highest order.
How is this blasphemy of the highest order? You don't even know what the fuck blasphemy is.
A priestess of Baal has been given
a priestess of Baal? Whose nigga is this? Whose goofy fucking clown Negroes is? This is Young Dawn? Don't mention this nigga in my fucking chat. This fucking stupid goofy shit. What the fuck is this nonsense, bro? What are we talking about? What?
Pulpit at a black church. I don't know who I'm more disgusted.
Who the fuck is listening to this nigga, bro? This nigga's like the fucking, what's his name? The black dude of like Christianity. What's the black dude who was telling black women, you guys are goddesses and queens? In the meantime, he was fucking cheating on his wife the entire time. Who are these niggas, bro, who are just coming out the woodwork saying stupid shit? What is this Christian fucking grift? What is this Christian... Derek Jackson, that's his name, yeah. What is this Christian fucking grift? I'm so irritated by this Christian grift. It's really... That's what's really demonic, is the Christian grift.
Disgusted with the sorry excuse of a pastor who allowed this, or Kamala Harris, who had the nerve to yet again exploit the black community by using her connections to get behind.
How is it exploiting the black community to speak at a black church? I ain't got time for this fucking coon, bro. If white Christians and mofos like to hear this shit, then of course let them hear this shit, bro. I've just grown tired of the fucking stupid people. And I know you shouldn't grow tired of stupid people because that's where the money is. The money is where fucking stupid people are. Like, when you hear this stupid shit, you know what, and they exploited the black, you know what, I should just start another channel of Conservative Lucas. That's what I'll do. I'll call it Conservative Lucas, and I'll just do conservative videos on there. That's what I think. That's what I should do. It'll just be Conservative Lucas. I'll just give a whole bunch of fucking milquetoast conservative fucking talking points. That'll be so fucking easy. It'll be so easy. I won't even have to do any fucking writing. I won't have to know about anything. I'll just talk. Right? Because when I do the videos now, I have to look, I have to clip things, right? Okay, let me see what he means by this. Was this given in proper context? This shit, I could come out, I could do fucking 20 videos. Easy. Easy, bro. Easy, because these motherfuckers are stupid. Easy, bro. Fucking easy. I'll have the Amazing Lucas channel and then the Amazing Conservative Lucas channel. That's what I'm gonna do. We'll fucking nuke Joe's channel. We'll nuke Joe's channel and I'll change it to the Amazing Conservative Lucas, bro. That's what I'll do. And I'll give the conservative perspective of things.
Behind some false pastor's pulpit right after she kicked Christians out of her rally and told them that they were at the wrong rally. All because
she didn't kick any Christians out of her rally that I'm aware of. The reason why they got kicked out is because they were being disorderly. That's the reason why. I don't know why we do this fake narrative, bro. Why we do this fake narrative? For what?
They proudly exclaimed that Jesus is Lord. I didn't think it was...
They proudly exclaimed it during when? When she's fucking talking, stupid. What are we talking about? Do you think that you just... Jesus is king! You think you just fucking have Tourette's? And just say that in the middle of somebody's speech? And then, like, this is honestly the whole victimizing. I'm a victim, I'm a victim. Like, you were screaming, Christ is screaming while she's giving a speech to people. And then when she tells you to leave, look, she hates God. She hates... How is that fucking fair, bro? How's that fair? Huh? If I'm talking and you screaming Christ is king or some shit, yeah, I'm going to be like, yo, get the fuck out of here. This ain't the time for that. There's a time and a place. I'm talking right now. I don't give a fuck if you said 1 + 1 is 2. Imagine she's talking and say, and 1 + 1 is 2. You know what? You at the wrong rally. You need to go somewhere else. What? Are you going to say, look, she fucking hates math. This bitch hates math, okay? This motherfucker hates math. The problem is you guys are going out of your way to try and demonize her. That's the issue. You're going out of your way to demonize her. And I'm just like, why? Why? It doesn't make any sense. Why try and string up fucking fake narratives? Right? You usually do that with someone who is like pristine. You do that with someone who's pristine. She's not pristine. I've heard her interviews. I've gotten on her for interviews. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What's this mush mouth fucking word salad? Answer the fucking question. So there's no reason to be like, oh, see, she hates God because she kicked it. There's no reason to make up these fake narratives, bro. There's no reason for that.
Possible for me to lose more respect for Kamala Harris, but somehow
I don't want to hear this fucking coonery. Let's see what he has to say about Trump. Has he said anything about Trump? I see Obama. I see Kamala. I see Haitians. I see. Oh wait, let's see the only choice. Let's see what we have with Trump, because it's very interesting. Like, you can tell a lot about the thumbnails. It's not really a flattering photo of Kamala. Not another flattering photo, right? Didn't say Jesus. But with Trump, that's not even Trump, bro. That's not even Trump, just so we're clear. That's an AI photo of fucking Trump. But let's hear his take on Trump. Let's hear what it is. I wonder what his take was when Trump fucking kicked people out and held up a fucking Bible upside down. What do Christians have to say about that? Nothing. You guys are fucking clowns. There is no such thing as Christianity anymore. There isn't. Because they have fucking bastardized it to the extent that nobody knows anything. They've managed to monetize the scripture. That's what they've done. They've monetized the scripture and now are using it as political props. Bro, you going to fucking hell for that. Jesus turned up because mofos were doing that shit. Turning his place a house of God, bastardizing it. You're now just using the scripture for as a political prop. Shit makes no sense. Because there's no way in God's green earth you can use the scripture to justify Trump. There's no way you can use the scripture to justify Trump. So I'm just lost. I don't miss super chats. I just haven't read them yet.
If they don't know the truth, how can you why it's when
democracy is under attack? My friend, our democracy is under attack.
My friend, our democracy is under attack.
Just the slightest amount of knowledge of world history and American government would allow you to see that the America which became the world's greatest superpower, the best place on the planet to live if you want to be a Christian, if you want to build wealth, heck, if you want to go live off in the woods somewhere without anyone bothering you, if you want access to the best technology, the place that everyone loves to hate but nobody wants to leave is under threat from
people have left plenty of times. What the fuck is he talking about?
Marxism and a totalitarian regime via the
Marxism and totalitarian regime.
Democratic Party, a party that wants to.
Oh wait, so he's a Republican. Got you. So he's not going to say anything bad about Trump. He's just going to fucking glaze. So it's as simple as that. There's no reason to listen to this then. Just say you're a Republican and listen to it. Like, just say that, right? Why have Young Don Reborn and some shit like that? You're just using the scripture to fucking peddle, to hold water for Christians. I mean, to hold water for Democrats. I mean, to hold water for Republicans. That's all you're doing. Young Don on why he became a Christian. What the fuck? Oh my God, what is this? What is this, bro? Let's hear why he became a Christian. Young goofiness. This is what this should be called. Fucking young goofiness.
How Young Don became a Christian. Your own custom drawn avatar. I made cartoons about my life. I went by the name Young Don the Sauce God, which, wow, pretty blasphemous, right? And like most
Young Don Gone the Sauce God? How is that blasphemous? What the fuck? I don't want to see this. This is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid.
We used to know in college, going all the way back to like he's calling in and just sharing all of the on YouTube. Manosphere never convinced homeschooling any, because it occurred to me that I had no idea how to raise a family, how to manage a wife and kids and still be in charge and commanding respect while also being patient and loving. Also, along with me becoming more traditionally minded, I was also becoming more conservative, and so was quickly becoming anti-rainbow, and I didn't want my daughter to grow up and be a whore or a boy. So I was like, what can I turn to so that I can raise a good family? And then it came to me. Religion wasn't a guarantee, right? But it was better than nothing. So my fiance and I talked about it. Neither of us were religious. Both of us grew up being exposed to some variation. We thought about Islam for like 2 seconds, but I decided it would be less of a hassle to just go with Christianity. But
he said he decided it would be less of a hassle to go with Christianity. Woo! That's some wild shit, bro. That's some wild shit, bro. That's some wild shit. Oh, fuck. This is some wild shit, man. I'm not gonna lie. This is amazing.
what that should show you is where I was spiritually. This was a completely strategic, sterile, practical move. I was not a true believer. I did not believe in Jesus. I was just looking for a good culture to raise decent children. We start occasionally going to a local Catholic church just to get the feel of things. And we end up watching this TV show on Netflix called Midnight Mass, which was this demonic vampire show set on an island.
This nigga, this can't be fucking real life, bro. Is this how people come to Christianity in fucking 2024? Is this really what's going on? Is this like for real? Well, what should we do? I don't know. Let's try it. Let's do Islam. Nah, it's a little too much. Let's do Christianity. All right. Let's start going to church and watching fucking Netflix. I fucking hate this world, bro. I hate this world and everyone in it. It's simple as that. I hate this world and everyone in it. Frederick says the newest episode of The Penguin was awesome. I'm gonna be a bit sad when the season ends. I disagree. I don't want to see the next episode. I really don't, man. This show is amazing, but it is fucking brutal, man. That next episode, I don't think my stomach can handle it, bruh. I really can't. I don't think my stomach can handle it, man. It's just really, it's gut punching, man. It's real gut punch, because it's like, oh my God. No. Like, you want him to win, but also at the same time, it's like, yo, this guy's a piece of shit at the end of the day. He is a piece of shit, but it's also like, he's also, you know, he's a mother's boy. You know, so it's, I don't know. It's just really well written. Roman says he just turned. Give him some time. His audience is turning on him because he's for reparations now. This guy's a fucking clown. 7, you're on the line.
Yo, Luke, man, what's good with it, man?
What's up?
Just calling back to holler at you real quick, man. Low key, man, like, I mean, this ain't nothing about the election and politics right now. You know, I just called in to disagree with you about the whole PS5 Pro situation, man.
What about it?
I think it's a viable option, man, for people that want to get into like next gen gaming for sure, man. And even if you already have a PS5, like, you know, if you want the best experience, I think it's cool. Because let's be honest, I know you said the last time we spoke, you said, hey, it's not even no new games coming out right now or anything like that. Granted, you know what I'm saying, that is correct. But let's be honest, man, what's the whole point about backwards compatibility? Why do you think people complain about that? It's because people want to play their old games at the best possible experience that they can. So, like, I think if that's the case, you know, I mean, we always complain about having physical copies of our games so that we can play them whenever we want to. It means you're going to go back to your old games to play them. And if that's the case, then why not play them at better graphics, better resolution, better frames?
Sure, I don't disagree.
Cool. I just wanted to, you know, say that part. But yeah. How's Spotted Combat coming along, man?
It's coming along, slowly but surely.
Cool. You got like a possible ETA maybe?
No.
Nah, not right now. Okay. Well, shit, you know what I'm saying? We over here, we in your corner. We still waiting on it. So, you know what I'm saying? Just I guess when it's ready, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was my only gripe, man. So, you know, I'm kind of sad that you didn't have a disagreement with that. I kind of wanted to go back and forth with you, but you know, if you don't disagree, it is what it is, right?
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the call, my
Yeah.
guy. Facade3 says he has been a booming YouTube and podcast. Started a family, became Christian, quit the podcast, and lead a lot of his old content. I truly believe he is doing what he thinks is right. You miss Frederick Dono, by the way. I don't miss anybody's dono, bro. I don't miss donos. I just haven't read them yet. I think that's cool. That's great that he's started a family and has deleted old content and all that shit. This sounds retarded. I don't know what to tell you. 281. You're on the line.
Yo, what's good?
What's up?
I want to ask, have you ever seen a video on YouTube about Denzel Washington, about you talking about like the nigga that couldn't kill at the first role they tried to offer him?
No.
You should check it. It's funny as fuck, man. I mean, he compared it for like the black pain to like the Jewish pain and the Holocaust, stuff like that. So just check it out, man, if you get the time.
All right, we'll do. Appreciate it. I think that's great that he's doing what's best for him, but I don't give a fuck. Here's what I don't care. I can't stand when people say, I think I'm doing what's best for me. What the fuck does that mean, bro? Like, what does that mean? Genuinely, what does that mean? I think I'm doing what's best for me. What? So because you think you're doing what's best for you, that means that you're right? No, it doesn't mean that you're right. Everybody thinks that they're doing what's best for them. So there's no moral value to be said with that, bruh. Atheists think that they're doing what's best for them. Agnostic think that they're doing what's best for them. Fucking Jews think they're doing what's best for them. And, you know, the list goes on. You're on the line.
Yo, what's up, Lucas? I'm just here to say, just to give more context for Young Don. Essentially, he did the whole rebrand, but what happened was the reason he deleted all that stuff and took a break for a while because he actually debated Hunter Avalon, right? And he kind of got cooked, and he's kind of getting cooked by the Muslims and all that because I think he was kind of still fresh into his understanding of faith, so he kind of just got cooked. And even his rebrand now, he's just doing like the kind of Brandon Tatum. If you look at any of the...
There's nothing Christian. I don't disagree. It's a very superficial, cursory fucking Christian concept. It's a
100%.
It's a stereotype Christian.
Yeah, and I think...
And a stereotype Christian is actually not Christian.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing is you're doing more harm to Christianity than good.
100%. You're just spreading BS. And I think it's just bad with him because he was extremely, before he even got into this, he was a really insightful guy. Like, he really, like, if you look, even if you probably wouldn't like his content, it was more for, like, young adults and, like you know, like, teenagers and stuff. But, I mean, it really was a lot more beneficial than what he's doing now because I feel like he actually knew what he was talking about. He was talking about girls and life and just navigating jobs and all types of stuff. And I think there was a lot more value he provided in that sense, and that now he's just kind of spewing BS, and he's just like essentially a Candace Owens light, if even. Like, he's probably getting worse now. So yeah. That's just the context I wanted to add for that.
All right.
You have a good night, man.
Appreciate it. You as well. Yeah, because none of this does anything. The biggest people who cause, the biggest promoters of atheism are Christians. That's what mofos don't understand. The biggest promoters of atheism are Christians. This simple as that. Because there's a way to go and discuss things. There's a way to convince people. There's a way, it's apologetics. I've taken apologetics, right? I've taken courses in apologetics. I was deep into this shit, bro. Deep. There's a way, in addition with that, of knowing what you're talking about. Knowing what you're talking about is not good enough, right? Just because you know what the fuck you're talking about doesn't mean people are going to listen to you. Doesn't mean you have the ability to persuade people. So if you're truly intent on freaking evangelizing to people, then there's ways to go about it. They're as simple as that. But going this whole fucking, right wing, Tower of Babel, she's a fucking Jezebel and demonic rituals and all that shit. Bro, Nobody wants to hear all that shit, fam. Nobody wants to hear that. I don't even want to hear all that shit, bro. I don't want to hear all that shit. So it's just, you're not doing anything. You're not really doing anything. All you're doing is speaking to, you're speaking to the choir. The only people who are going to listen to that are people who already agree that the Democrats are demonic and they're lizard people. That's not how you convert people. So it's just, I don't know, to each their own. If they want to do that, I'm not knocking them. Everybody's got to hustle. I got to figure my hustle because I'm realizing mofos don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear, hey, nigga, if you don't do something, we going to perish. They don't want to hear that. So I have to I have to rethink what I'm even saying. It is what it is. So I'm not knocking it, bro. I'm not knocking it. It's just for me, it makes my ears bleed. That's all. For me, it makes my ears bleed. It's like listening to somebody who's talking about shit like as a kid, right? And it's like you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You have no idea. But the kid is like passionate about, you know what they're saying, the blue eyes white dragon is like the strongest there is. There's nobody. It's like you have no idea what you're talking about. Blue eyes white dragon is not the strongest. If you look at the cards, right? Even in the show on episode 6, if you watch episode 6, it actually foreshadowed, right? So I mean, everyone has their path to take. I get it. Some people are earlier in their path. Some people are later on. I'm later on where like, nigga, I don't want to hear your stupid shit, bro. I don't want to hear the stupid shit. That's why I've gotten with Spider-Man, honestly. Because I was fucking Colin made a video about some fucking, he was going at it with the other fucking dumb black dude, right? The black dude was like, oh, it's so depth. The combat in Spider-Man 2 is so depth. There's so much depth to it. I'm like, I'm at that point. I don't give a fuck, bro. If you two fucking, fuck buddies want to, believe that the combat is great and everything, fine, bro. Fine. Knock yourself out, nigga. Have fun with it, right? Who am I to be upset about two dumb niggas farting in the bathtub, laughing about it? I'm at that point. Go for it, bro. I'm gonna move on. I'm not even gonna address it. You want to do some videos and you want to say shit? It just is what it is, bro. It just is what it is. So I mean, that's where I'm at right now. I may change. I may evolve or de-evolve, right? I may devolve. But right now, I'm just like, I don't give a fuck, fam. I don't care. I don't care. But I will when someone says, hey, have you checked this out? Then I'll check it out. But I mean, my reaction, like if this nigga was in front of me right now, I'd give the same reaction. I think that's where I differ from a lot of people on, the fucking YouTube or on the internet. I'm very consistent. Very consistent. Like, I don't need to, fake it. My reaction, I remember the whole time when people were saying, oh, Lucas, why you keep fake laughing? Remember mofos used to say that shit? Like, people, I just, there's no reason to fake it. There's no reason to fake it. For me, there's no reason. That takes more energy, bro. It takes more energy. It's like, yo, if you say something stupid, I'm going to find that shit funny. If you say something crazy, I'm going to find that shit fucking funny or crazy. So, that's always how it's been. That's just how it's always been. Now, there comes a point where it's like, okay, if you're talking to a bunch of retards, well, you can't talk about fucking nuclear science, bro. You can't talk about physics. You can't talk about. It limits, it bottlenecks what you can talk about. So it's even when business. This is something I've learned in business, right? You may have a great product, but if there's not enough people to buy that product, then it doesn't fucking matter, fam. Right? They say the riches are in the niches, but if you're so fucking niche heavy, bro, then you're going to get like 5 people who are a part of that niche. You can't make money with 5 fucking people, right? Even though this is the best product for this, but it's too specific. It's so specific that it limits your fucking population, which you can sell to. And by that same token, this product is so fucking bland that you really don't have anyone. Everyone's your fucking customer. And that's a sign of a fucking newbie, I won't entrepreneur or a business person where everyone's my customer. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear your stupid shit. Don't send me any documents. I'm not reading it. Moment in time, you tell me everybody's your customer. Bye. Take care. So that's what it boils down to when it comes to this political hustle right now. I've been telling you to go back to your Fortunately, it's the only thing that works and honestly doesn't always work. But at the same time, it boils down to if there's actually an audience who wants to hear things. I think what Roland Martin has done has shown that there is a proof of concept. I think he is a proof of concept that there is an audience available. So it just depends on how deep you want to go there. How much time you want to invest in garnering said audience. That's all. So, and if it's even beneficial at this point. How beneficial can it be to have, I don't know, 2 people? You're not going to win any voices with 2 people. It's just not going to happen. Even if you look at as far as the right side, you can probably name 5 right or hard right, commentators. Just off the top of your head, you can probably name them. You can't do that. You can't do that for the left, and especially something as niche as black politics. Because as time goes on and as the demographics grow, that becomes obsolete. Because there's not enough people who care about politics within black politics, within the community, within the empowerment. So then what? So you have to broaden your market. It's what you have to do. You have to broaden your market. So then that limits some of the rhetoric that you use. It's as simple as that. But nevertheless, let's continue on.
Where the priest of a small Catholic church was a vampire that was killing people. So not a Christian show, but there was one episode where they talked about the book of Proverbs and how it's a book in the Bible filled with mind-blowing wisdom. And that little piece of information in this incredibly demonic show intrigued me enough to actually buy a Bible and read the book of Proverbs.
Like, to me, this is fucking crazy. But apparently, this is how people come to Christianity in modern times. To me, this is fucking Looney Tunes type shit, bro. If someone told me that they were like going through a Rolodex of religions, and then they picked one, and then watch a Netflix show, and it was the Netflix show that caused them to buy a Bible, like, I'd be like, get the fuck out of my face, bro. Get this fucking Acme Looney Tunes nonsense out of my face. But allegedly, this is his story. This is Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for me.
And I was so impressed with how rich and powerful the contents of that book were. It was better than all of the self-help personal development books I had ever read put together. And the thing that struck me the most was the sense of authority the author spoke with. I could just tell that this was not some ordinary book. Anyway, for the next 10 months...
Like, what are you talking about? You can tell this is not some ordinary book. You don't need to glaze the Bible, fam. That just comes off as glazing. Like, you've never come across a Bible in your whole fucking life. That's what you want to tell me? You've never been to the hotel and seen a Gideon's Bible. You never, like, what are you talking? I can tell this is something special. It just comes off as like, you going a little too hard, fam. You going a little too hard, right? You going a little too hard. I can tell this is like, I could hear the angels sing in the background when I picked it up. Calm down, nigga. Stop it.
Or so I pretty much play around with being a Christian. We'd go to our Catholic church every once in a while, where I'd often take a shot of vodka before we went. Maybe once in a blue moon I'd actually pick up the Bible and read a few chapters, but I was not born again. I was still living in sin. I still had a dirty mouth, didn't really care about or know anything theological concerning Christianity. And this was more or less how things were from June of 2020 was finally born. And now it was time to put this.
A daughter, weak genes. Just is what it is. I tell y'all. Anybody who has a daughter, you got weak genes. Your semen is weak. Sorry.
Plan of religion into practice. By this time, we had moved to a new city, so we started going to a new church. I gradually became more and more curious about what Christianity actually was and how it worked over the course of the previous year. So I started listening to some popular pastors on YouTube like John MacArthur and Vodi Bakum. And
wow, this is crazy, because back in my day, I would listen to Benny Hinn and John Hagee. Only the real ones know about John Hagee and like Jesse Duplantis, bro. Some of you heathens, y'all heathens don't know anything about John Hagee and Jesse Duplantis. But apparently now it's Botham Jocham, or where the fuck his name is, and the other white guy. Okay.
the one thing John MacArthur preached on was that the Roman Catholic Church was a false church, and he opened my eyes to the blatant idolatry and worship of Mary that was clearly unbiblical. So I decided that we were going to start going to a local Baptist church. So we're doing that, and at the same time, I'm taking a break from animating on that right now, actually. It was called Young Don the Sauce God 2.
267. You're on the line.
Hey, are you Christian, Lucas?
No. I'm Muslim.
Oh.
Ask stupid questions, you get fucking stupid answers. Get the fuck off my line.
2, and I was reacting to worldly content. I was still living in sin. And then the Roe v. Wade thing happened, where abortion was no longer a constitutional right in America. And because I was in this weird place where I was still worldly, I fully attained self-ends, I was tunes.
Just so you know, I'm a bad Christian. I don't want you niggas in heaven, bro. I really don't. I think the majority of people I come across, you should go to hell. I don't tell niggas about Jesus. Sorry, no. I'm glad. I get happy when I hear niggas talk about, there ain't no God. You're absolutely right, there's no God. You have fun. I want you niggas to go to hell. Most of you niggas deserve to go to hell. It just is what it is, bro. If these niggas want to give you fucking, preach to you on the corner, I'm not preaching to you niggas on the corner. Most of you niggas ain't shit. Those are just the facts, bro. Why are we acting? If you know anything about original sin or anything like that, you already know most of you niggas ain't shit. They ain't fucking controversial to say. The fuck are we talking about? The fuck? No, I don't want you to fucking on your deathbed say, my bad, God, and then go to heaven. Fuck no. Burn in hell, nigga. I don't give a fuck. That's one of the benefits I have right now being on this planet. Because I know most of the niggas I come across, you gonna be in hell anyway. So I don't give a fuck. Go ahead, cut me off, nigga. You gonna go to hell anyway. Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not evangelizing. I'm not trying to convince you. Those days are over. I would spend fucking like days, bro. Days, like in high school and shit, like trying to go to areas to evangelize to people. I would be online in chat rooms, like arguing with those days are over, bro. I'm at the point, nigga, you believe where the fuck you want to believe. By all means, knock yourself out. You believe in fucking, voodoo, shoodoo, moodoo? By all means, you have fun with voodoo, shoodoo, moodoo, bro. It's as simple as that. You believe in Muhammad? You believe in Muhammad. I don't give a fuck, bro. I really don't. I'm not gonna. You see, I don't even engage in like religious debates anymore. No, I'm sorry. That's young boy shit. I'm not gonna lie. That's young man shit. I'm not a young man anymore. If you want to fucking spend hours on fucking going over the semantics of what God meant in chapter 5, verse 3 of, Leviticus 7. No, nigga, you got the wrong person. You got the wrong person. Talk to somebody else. I don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck, bro. It's just, it's me and Venom right now, okay? It's me and Venom right now. Okay, homies. The homie Venom right here, we don't give two fucks about your stupid shit, bro. Do we? Nope. We don't give two fucks about your stupid shit, fam. No fucks. Absolutely not. If you think Spider-Man 2 is the greatest fucking movie ever, then what is Spider-Man 2? The greatest fucking movie ever. Do we give a fuck? Nope, we don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck, bro. It's as simple as that. I meant the game, not the movie. Yeah, you knock yourself out, bro. If you believe Jesus wasn't the son of God and he was just a prophet, don't give a fuck, fam. Don't care. Don't care. If I get to the gates of heaven and I see your name on the list, I'm going to be upset. That's where I'm at right now. Nigga, I want it to be me. You ever be at a party or some shit, or you ever be at a nice place or be at a pool, right? You be at the pool. Say your apartment has a pool, right? And you just be at the pool, just relaxing, and then some loud motherfucker comes over, or a bunch of people are like, let's have a pool party, and you're just like, oh fuck, nigga, I'm having a good day, enjoying the sun, fucking relaxing. Now these fucking goofy ass, loud ass bitches want to fucking go throw fucking, I don't know, a ball in the water and shit and laugh and like, oh my god, that was so fun last night. Like, oh, I'm that mofo. I don't want you guys there, bro. I really don't. I don't want you guys there, bro. I don't want to hear any fucking laughter of a child. Right? The streets are paved with gold. I want all the gold for me. Nigga, you get your own street. These streets are mine. That's just me. If it's me and like 5 other people, I'm chill. I'm cool. We talking about eternity. Do you think I want to deal with your stupid fucking self for eternity? Fuck no. Fuck no. So no, I hope more people go to hell. And if you don't believe in hell, even that's fucking works for me. Works for me, bruh. Works for me. I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know.
From Jamaica. I wasn't supposed to be serious. And if anything, I was supposed to be liberal. Next thing you know, I'm in debates with some of the...
Wait, he's from Jamaica?
Cartoons from Jamaica. Chill. Remember, funny black guy who made cartoons from Jamaica.
Wait, is this nigga's from Jamaica? Okay.
I wasn't supposed, you know, I'm in debates with some of the biggest faces on the internet about why
he's a tether. We don't use those derogatory terms here.
Abortion is murder and should be made illegal. I'm talking guys with millions of subscribers. Next thing I know, I'm getting death threats. People are saying just the most vile things about me. I went from never really getting any hate in my entire YouTube career to being like just getting mad hate all at once. And it just brought me to a place where I had to make a decision. Here I was getting hate because I'm standing up for values that I really took on because I saw myself as a Christian, but I could now see how unpopular this was going to make me in the eyes of my longtime fans and many of the popular people of the world that I had made connections with. And
it's a case for anything, bro. Anytime you take a stance on anything, you're gonna have people who don't like you. So there's nothing special or exclusive to Christianity here. So but okay.
So I had to ask, was this Jesus stuff worth it? Was it worth me putting my status as an internet celebrity in jeopardy? Did I even really believe it? I remember it so clearly. It was nighttime, crazy. I was just talking to God, asking him to help me know what.
Nigga, how are you talking to God when you weren't even a real Christian? The fuck you talking about, bro? These niggas kill me, fam. The fuck you talking about? You were talking, now you talking to God? All right.
Or my.
This nigga was just telling us how he was sitting in church and getting drunk before now he's arguing with people fucking about abortion. And now this nigga is sitting down talking to God about, what do I do with my channel?
My Bible. And I was just talking to God, asking him to help me know what to do. I end up,
bro, this sounds like some Candace Owens bullshit, but whatever.
Opening my Bible to the book of James and I start reading. And then I hit chapter 1, verse 5, and it reads.
It's always, I can't stand it, bro. This is like textbook fucking bullshit. I really can't stand it, bro. You know what? And then the Bible, I knocked the Bible down. And you know what? The Bible just opened to chapter 1, verse 5. A fucking of Judges, right? And it showed on the page on the right-hand corner. I don't know, man. I don't know. But the majority of people I've spoken to, majority of Christians don't have this fucking crazy shit like this, bro. They don't have this, bro. They don't have this amazing story where like the fucking scripture hit them on the head when they were trying to, you know, study for a test.
Now, if any of you lacks wisdom, he should ask God, who gives to all generously and ungrudgingly, and it will be given to him. But let him ask in faith, without tossed by the wind. That person should not expect to receive anything for a ton of bricks, because that's where I was, being torn between who I was and who I was starting to become. Someone who truly cared about God. And to be
truly cared about God, even though you knew the nigga for like T-minus fucking 2 weeks. These mofos is just, they really irritate the fuck out of me, bro. They just irritate. Like these newbies, they irritate the fuck out of me. Cause they be going so hard and not know a fucking word, bro. Not know a damn thing. You know niggas like that? Oh yeah, man, I'm devout. You gotta change your life. You gotta remember, like, nigga, you haven't even read the Bible fully all the way through. Much less gone to scripture. Much less actually understand scripture. Much less look at the fucking interpretations of scripture. Much less go, like, but these niggas is so passionate. Just so passionate. They just want to change the world. It's like, get the fuck out of here, bro. For the rest of us, we've been through those trenches, bro. We've been through those trenches. Fucking someone telling you, well, actually, that's not the original Aramaic. That the original Aramaic was translated to this. And then you have to go and look into this shit. Then you go meeting with a fucking rabbi. You going through scripture. Okay, so why are you guys do... Get the fuck out of here with this fucking goofy nonsense.
Be honest, at the time, my faith was like a little ember. You know, I still had my doubts, but I felt sure enough that I wanted to take a chance and step forward in faith. When I asked myself, do I really believe in Jesus, or is this just a costume that I was wearing? And I knew that I truly believed. And so the very next day is when I dropped this video right here. And that was officially the start of my Christian journey. Thank you for watching. Like
okay. That's great. I'm glad he's a Christian. Good for him. It seems that all of his content has nothing to do with fucking Christianity. It's just a fucking bunch of clickbait bullshit. Black YouTube must be stopped. Is this the end of Mr. Beast? Young black men acting like thugs to get girls. Yes, great Christian content. I love it, man. Awesome. Why black people should not vote for Kamala Harris. Great stuff. Black man arrested for punishing his son. The real reason blacks can't escape the ghetto. Oh man, I'm loving this scripture, man. Let's this is some great. This is what happens when you turn to God? It was fuck niggas. Is that what led you to God? Bro, I turned to God and then I started hating niggas. That's what happened. I turned to God and I was like, fuck niggas, bro. Is that what happened? Do you think somebody sees this like, oh, this nigga turned to God and then, oh, interesting. Oh, okay. I want to know the real reason blacks can't escape the ghetto. I'm all ears for this one. I want to know how this is divinely inspired by the scriptures. Let's hear. I'm all ears, bro. I'll give anyone a chance. Like I said, I'll give anyone a chance. I want to hear. Why blacks can't escape the ghetto. The real reason. Hey,
how's it going, family? Welcome back to another video. Thank you for joining me. I hope you're doing well. Today I have an interesting video to share with you all. It's
What's the interesting video that you have to share with us about what's happening within the black community? I too would like to know what's happening within the black community and why blacks can't escape the ghetto. Please tell us.
Called The Dangerous, or actually Welcome to the Murder Capital of America. This is taking place in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we have a UK man who has come and done a documentary, and I believe it reveals precisely what's wrong with the urban black community.
Okay, this should be a good one.
917, you're on the line.
Yo, amazing. How are you, sir?
I'm still alive, bro.
Hey, you live and kicking because I don't know, should you be a comedian or an impersonator? Because you know how to do a voice. I'm fucking laughing already, and I know you being kind of hard on folks, but thanks for being easy on a brother, okay?
Well, I will do.
I just wanted to reach out, shout you out, show you love, and peace and blessings to you and your fam.
Appreciate it, man. Take care.
All right, one.
That man, bro. We have got it. if we ever find a way to bottle that man's spirit into a bottle and sell it, we all become billionaires, bro. That man is always has a healthy spirit anytime he calls, bro. It could be in the middle of a hurricane. What's going on, man? How you doing? Like, nigga, are you in a hurricane right now? Yeah, man. No, I'm in the hurricane right now. Moo. Was that a fucking cow? Yeah, one just flew right by me. But I just wanted to tell you I'm watching your show. Real great stuff, man. Nigga, okay, shouldn't you? I feel like you should be calling 911. Oh, I will. I'll call them right after I wanted to call you, though. I wanted to let you know your show was great. All right, man, I appreciate that. All right, man, 1. $978. You're on the line.
Yo, Lucas, my brother.
What's going on, my brother?
Firstly, this brother you have on your screen is not representative of Jamaicans. You have to take him off the screen. But I'm going to tell you why. If you look it up, it's a myth that them tell us in Jamaica, but this is how we grew up in Jamaica. We know this. We were always told as we were growing up, Jamaica holds the Guinness World Record for the most churches per square mile of any country in the world. So if this brother is going to try and convince us that him is Jamaican but never know about the Bible, is he on cocaine? Look, there is you see when you're going to school in Jamaica, because it's not something that's happening in the US, so Americans may not know this. When you're going to school in Jamaica, they used to give out these small little you know what I call the Gideon Bible, small little blue ones, them. They used to give that out to all Jamaican children. Bro, I had people in my class who were Rastafarian, who were Muslim, who were Hindu, everybody getting a Bible. What is he talking about? So number one, him talking foolishness. His entire story, his arc, you can see the way it is laid out, is specifically geared at Republicans. He made in my opinion, he made a calculated grift, just like Candace Owen, and he just using the religion over it. And what that is going to lead to is it doesn't lead to increasing amount of people looking towards Christianity. It actually decreases it. Because what happened to him recently is he started having discussions and debate with Muslims, and they were wiping the floor with the man because he don't know what he's talking about. And so more people are going, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, which is evidence. Even you, it took you what, how many seconds to listen to him, and you instantly knew, what kind of garbage is this brother talking about? That's number one. Number two, he's about to now tell us about the murder capital. And notice the way he's speaking. He's speaking that way because he know the audience him trying to pull, right? But he's about to tell us the murder capital, and it happens to be in black communities, right? All it takes is a few seconds to Google the murder rate in Jamaica. Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates in the entire world. What is he talking about? So nobody who is from Jamaica can ever look at African American communities and talk about murder and talk about urban crime and why crime is a problem. When you talk, have you seen crime in Jamaica? And Jamaica it's the same interracial crime, right? Crime is crime. It happens among people who live amongst each other, but it is exacerbated in the US because of the dynamics of race. But if you are not honest enough that you want an excuse for Jamaica, but you don't want to give an excuse to those who are like African Americans in the US, then you're disingenuous and you're just plain evil and you're stupid. And it hurts when I hear Jamaicans talk about it because I'm going, what are you talking about? You left Jamaica because of the crime. No, I have to go to America because the crime in Jamaica is too much. Then you reach up to America and start saying to Americans, you people are such criminals. What are you talking about? You just leave Jamaica. Like, yo, don't do this. And I think that's what pisses me off more because, you know, whereas there's opportunities for growth and understanding each other, We do this because of some grift, and it's just it's despicable and it's stupid. And I'm listening to him and I'm going, you don't have a bone in you that is Jamaican if you're going to behave like this, because you understand the reality of Jamaica. You cannot be behaving like that. And so I wanted to put that platform there for you to understand. Number one, there's a crap ton load of churches in Jamaica. Everybody get a Bible. Just like out here, all of the hotels have Bible in there. I mean, the national what do you call it? There's a national prayer in Jamaica. The anthem of Jamaica, if you played it, starts with Eternal Father, bless our land. What is he talking about? So wait, when he was saying Eternal Father, bless our land, what he thought it was? What he thought the Eternal Father was? Like, this doesn't even make any sense. So even in context, it's even worse for him. So, like you said, I think those who are giving him an excuse, cut the excuse foolishness. This guy is a grifter, and he's stupid, and he's an idiot. So Kamala Harris automatically is the queen of Satan or whatever. But this other brother, while his wife was pregnant, was sleeping with a prostitute. That is who God tell you to choose. What are we? What we doing? What is this? No. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to put that context there. So just to let you know, you are spot on with what you're saying. It is a clear grift, and this guy is a joker and a clown. And they don't represent Jamaica. So I have to say to you, Lucas, I'm very sorry. The African Americans are going to have to take him, take this one. Him cannot come back to Jamaica.
Fair enough, my guy. Fair enough.
All right. Cool.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Drudge is going in on Trump, bro. Drudge is the ones that posted him in the McDonald face, the clown face. They're eating the Puerto Ricans. Trump's Puerto Rico fallout is spreading like wildfire in Pennsylvania. Yeah. That's wild. That's a crazy thing. 904. You're on the line.
This is the facade. I had super chatted about Don. I just wanted to say that I followed him for the last 4 or 5 years, and I think you two would have smart people conversations. Really, I think he is at first he only did it to make his family better. He wanted to make sure his children. I think Don he had a podcast, he had music, he had all this stuff, and he just threw it away because he wanted to be Christian. He was raised Christian. He talked about how his mom was Christian, but he never really got into it until he started a family. I think you two he advocates reading the Bible for yourself, learning for yourself. He advocates just being knowledgeable, being working on yourself. I would truly believe you two have more in common than you think.
I'm sure we do. I just have nothing to. I would have nothing to say to him.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't like hanging out with other Christians. They irritate me, and they're fucking phony most of the time, just like every other person. So no, I'm good though. Not saying that he is. I don't care. I genuinely don't care enough to find out. I'm just watching this for entertainment purposes before we have to watch fucking Kamala Harris interview with Shay Shay.
Precisely why we continue to see the prisons being filled with black faces, precisely why the violence is never ending and the death statistics continue to rise. As we go through this video, we are going to discuss these problems, maybe possibly suggest the solutions. Hear from the horses.
In Baton Rouge, most homicides on record.
337, you're on the line.
Hey, Amazing Lucas, how's it going, brother?
It's going, brother.
Hey, it's me, Sausage Lord. I called in a long time ago, but I just wanted to say, Young Don's a fraud because I watched some of his videos, but there's a video called Young Don's First Full Contact Experience Casting Out Demons. It's like 2 minutes and 53 seconds on YouTube by Chris LaSala. So it's a video of him like trying to cast out demons. So this guy is totally worst Christian ever.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
Well, I don't know if it was like fake. I don't know if he's faking it or whatever, but he had a big falling out with Chris LaSala. I think Chris LaSala is also a Christian, but he thought that like Chris LaSala was trying to lead him down like a bad path. So they had a big falling out.
Oh wow, there's Christian beef. This is interesting.
Yeah, that's why he deleted. That's why actually he deleted most of his videos. He had like a lot more like going over the Trinity and everything, but he ended up deleting all that. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, bet. Appreciate it.
All right, Lucas, have a good show. And, man, your rants are so hilarious. I laugh every day, man. I love your streams, man. It's so great. Well, have a good one.
Appreciate it. You as well. Really? That's another thing that irritates me. Is mofos who become Christian T-minus 3 days and then want to give a full fucking sermon on about the divinity of Christ. Oh... They want to give a full hour sermon about, well, this is as far as the Trinity. This is what it means. What do you mean? This is what it means. 416, you on the line.
Hey, brother, how's it going?
It's going.
I'm good. You know, I'm just here to call upon because you were watching the video on Young Don, and I just jumped into the chat. So, and I was looking at his face. I was like, is that who I think it is? And so I was like, oh my goodness. And I used to watch his content, his old content, because he made some funny videos in the past. I did enjoy, but I don't watch him no more, because he has his own stuff. But yeah, based on like how he's going, based on what everyone's been saying, you know, he's just appealing to the Republicans, specifically white American Republicans. So I don't know what he's talking about. And then, as the Jamaican brother said about like Jamaica being very religious and Christian, and that's true. You know, I'm not Jamaican, and that's true. So I don't know what to say, but that's all. Have a good day, brother.
You as well. Man, y'all so lucky that it's not fucking disagreement day, bro. Y'all be getting saved by it being a Monday.
Something that you will often hear is that it's a trap. You can't get out of the hood. But I see this one.
Hold on. Nobody says you can't get out of the hood. The whole point of a trap, it's not that you can't overcome the trap, but that it's a trap. That it's deceptive. No one says you can't get out of the hood. Nobody says that. I don't know anybody who says you can't get out of the hood. I've never heard that. The whole point is to get out of the hood. If somebody believed you couldn't get out, there'd be no point in trying to get out.
One gentleman right here who is speaking, diamond necklaces on. He's wearing very nice clothes.
What's wrong with diamond necklaces? There's nothing wrong with diamond necklaces. Fashad says he now believes that it is not everybody's job to preach. He is trying to be a YouTuber that is Christian, not a Christian YouTuber. Ah, got you. A YouTuber that's Christian, not a Christian YouTuber. Okay. By all means.
It's nicer clothes than what I got on right now. So he clearly has a means of making money. He sounds like an intelligent person. I don't know his literacy level. I don't know how good he is at reading. But he sounds like an intelligent person with the way that he's speaking, despite the fact that, of course, is speaking slang. There's nothing stopping him. There's absolutely nothing stopping him from collecting that money, saving up a portion, applying for some job in a factory or in manual labor where he'll make enough money to pay rent on an apartment in a different community. He could easily save up that money. Let's say he stays in this lifestyle for another 6 months, year, save his money, you know, go and rent an apartment. Shoot, I don't know. He might be making a lot of money. He could probably buy a house, maybe even possible. I don't know. But
And you got this based off of his clothes and jewelry. That's all. That's a wild fucking take. That's fucking insane. To be like, a nigga got nice clothes and jewelry, he probably making enough to buy an apartment or buy a house. Okay.
But at least he could put down the down payment on an apartment and go work an honest living. There's absolutely nothing stopping him from doing that. I'm sure he has a car. And so
you don't know anything about this nigga, but you just gave him a full fucking 5-year business plan. And we're supposed to take you seriously. This nigga, this man came up with a whole 5-year business plan for a man based off of his sartorial choices. That's the wildest shit I've heard.
This is a choice. They're choosing to do this. The trap is all psychological. The
trap is psychological.
Trap is all psychological. He believes that this is a lifestyle that he has to continue to live. This is a lifestyle that he wants to continue to live. There are no fences preventing him from going out and getting an apartment. In fact, I know.
Is this nigga serious?
People, I know criminals that is how they started in their lives. They saved their drug money and then they went and bought a house or they got an apartment, and that was like their cushion money. So the only trap here is psychological.
He was 13, so this somebody who taught me how to be a big brother. So now I really didn't want to change. I really wanted to be in the streets more and more and more and more. My name D, I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
As he said, he wanted to be in the streets.
I was shot.
Yeah, but did you hear why he wanted to be in the streets as far as how he was brought up? Niggas act like just change your mindset. Do you understand how many millions of fucking dollars goes into fucking changing someone's mindset? Do you understand how many millions of dollars, people who have millions of dollars, how many millions of dollars they put into themselves to change and alter habits that they've acquired over time? It's so wild to me to have a nigga just say, change your mindset. Like, tell me you don't fucking know anything without telling me you don't know fucking anything. It's wild for somebody to just say, it's like, nigga, stop being poor. It's just so, it's a juvenile fucking take. That's what it is. It's an oversimplified, juvenile, simplistic take that makes people feel good about themselves. Crazy.
6 times at 16, 6 times.
I'm sure no white man came into the community and put a gun in his hand and told him to go and sell drugs or commit violent acts.
Is this what being a Christian is? Because maybe, once again, like I said, I'm old school. This must be that new Christianity. This must be that new Christianity. Because the last thing you Negroes want to do is tie Christianity with coonery. That's the last thing you want to do. If you genuinely believe Christ is king and the only way to heaven is through Christ, the last thing you may want to do is tie it with fucking coonery. That's just me. This may be this 2024 Christianity. I don't know anything about this shit. I don't know anything about this. This is wild.
Wanted to. That's because of the culture that he lives within.
At 18, I had a good life. Like, I played sports, ran track, played football. My grandma made sure we went to church and stuff, but I drifted away from all of that. At like 12, 13, I had quit. At 12, I quit sports and stuff, and I went to the streets because I learned how the streets treat you. And at 13, I fully was in the streets, breaking the cars, stealing guns, money.
I had a grandmother that tried to take him to church, but he rejected that. Now, let me make this clear. I am not saying that it's that simple. I know why I think differently. I know why you probably think differently. It's because of the way that we were raised. Sounds like he didn't have a father in his life. I mean, many of us grow up with divorced parents or single mothers, and this is not our how our lives turn out, but we know all of it combined together. The violence, the drug culture, the gang culture, the fatherless homes, the glorification of this hood behavior, all of that brainwashes a person from a very young age into thinking that this is the path that they should go. The important thing to note here, however, is that it's not going to change from the outside. It's not going to change, definitely not because some white man comes into their community and tells them to behave differently. It's not going to change if some white man comes and says, hey, there's this opportunity outside of your community.
Who the fuck said anything about white man? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck is he talking about? What is this fucking Hallmark card bullshit? It's gotta change from inside. You gotta want it for yourself. What the fuck? What is this shit, bro?
Why? Because clearly those opportunities already exist. UPS is hiring. The factory is hiring. Construction sites are hiring. Trucking companies are hiring, right? And so these opportunities exist. It's not like these guys went on the internet and was like, oh, how can I make $60,000 in a year and start my life, and got zero results. This is the life that they want to have. But
nigga, he just told you what happened as far as upbringing, and you talking about this is the life that he wants to have. I don't think any nigga on the streets wants to have that street life if there is something better that they believe that they can attain. Like, what are we talking about?
then we go ahead and blame external factors, other races. It's all internal.
What? Sir, how did he get to that ghetto? Huh? This is wild, bro. This is some immigrant drivel. Now I see why mofos want to delineate. I understand, because you fucking mofos come over here with a very different mindset and then speak on Black American history. You speak, do you understand how arrogant I would have to be to fucking go to Kenya and then talk shit about the fucking Kenyans who may be in, you know, impoverished areas? Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? You can't just go online and find jobs within my area in Kenya? What the fuck? Do you understand? This is craziness. Finally, niggas get what I'm saying. No, Ty, nobody gets what the fuck you saying, because you try to lump everybody in with fucking the same thing, and that's not the same thing. The difference is you niggas have no fucking discrepancy. It's just that everybody's a tether in your eyes. And that's where you lose a lot of people. Because it's like, well, no, I'm not going to fucking disparage everybody. But the mofos who say stupid shit like this, there's no difference. Because here's the thing. There's no difference between him and a fucking FBA or a Black American. That's what you have to understand. He's not saying anything different. He's not saying anything different from him and a fucking, Tatum. No difference. So, I don't think it's any more heinous. But I will say it's like, you're just fucking ignorant. You're just ignorant. That's all.
At 16, like I shot 6 times round the corner from here where we at right now.
So, team, talk me through the day. What happened when you got shot in the face?
I came here. Came through here, me and 2 other people came here. Got here. Then when I got like to right here, they started shooting.
Started shooting and you here?
I hit the ground, ball. After I got shot, I stayed on the ground like 5-6 seconds. I heard a voice say, "Get up! Get up!" I got off the ground. Came in the store, ran away.
So how many times have you been shot at this moment?
I was got shot 6 times right here.
So was it a case of they're just shooting?
I got shot in my side, right here.
Damn, it didn't hit his lungs? That's crazy.
So did they just hop out the car and just start shooting?
They ain't get out the car. They stayed in the car. And after that, they drove off.
And then, so...
How the fuck would you get out of the car?
You've now been shot, and then what happened next?
713, you're on the line.
What up, man? Do you hear about that people are burning ballots? People are going to mail-in ballots and burning these motherfuckers.
I saw one case of that. I don't know where it took place though.
Washington.
Mm.
And I'm concerned because it's just like, I owe you an apology. Because 2 months ago, I thought you were full of shit. Like, all these black FDA people are tripping. And now watching your show for the last 2 months, this shit is fucking crazy. These niggas are retarded. But that's all I want to say, Brad. I hope you be safe. Be safe out there. Keep doing what you're doing.
You as well. Take care. When it comes to, I hope people understand, when it comes to mail-in ballots, the people who do mail-in ballots are usually Democrat. You do understand that, right? So when you see ballots being destroyed that are mail-in at a mail-in drop box, those are Democrat ballots. Just so we're clear. I hope people understand that. So I think it's very interesting when it comes to election interference. And I told you all this, did I not? I told you, I was like, yo, Republicans are going to lose their shit, bro. They're going to go off. They going to go off. They're going to go off. I don't know why, what caused it to go on fire or what happened. I don't know. I haven't looked into the story. But, all right, like, I'm expecting crazy shit, bro. Is she going to win? Yeah, I say she's still going to win. But, yeah, I'm expecting them to go off, bro. They about to be unhinged. That rally showed how unhinged they were. But, yeah, I mean, this is par for the course.
I got up off the ground, 5-6 seconds, I got up. After I'm shot, I got up off the ground. Walked in the store. What's down, brother? All praise be to God, brother. I'm telling my testimony now. Came in the store. My daddy, homeboy, he was standing right here. I'm like, run me to the hospital right quick, I just got shot. I'm still speaking. He could see him shot in my face. He just gave me a little look like, you feel me? Like he gonna let me die. I cursed him out.
So your friend's dad was in the shop. You've been shot 6 times, twice in the mouth.
Got you.
Right.
And then
Shot in the face, went and saw someone that he knew didn't want to help him. Now, was it the white man that did this? Is it the white?
Nigga, who is saying anything about the white man? Why are you running fucking obstacle for the white man? Is this what it means to be a Christian? Where the fuck does the white man come? What is he talking about? Is this what it means to be a Christian? Bro, call me an atheist then. If this what it means to be a Christian, I'm further saying from this. This is fucking goofiness. Now, was it the white man who didn't want to take him to the hospital? Was it the white man who shot him 6 times? We have to ask ourselves, was it actually the white man who did this in his neighborhood? Nigga, what?
White man that prevented his friend's father from wanting to take him to the hospital? Were there any white people involved in this yet? That is...
But that's who they want to blame, is the white man. That is the problem with people like this in the ghetto, is that they blame the white man for what black people are doing. The white man probably is the one who picked him up in the ambulance, who drove him to the hospital. It was probably the white man who operated on him, who saved his life.
That is the narrative you're going to hear. And listen, there's this poison going through popular black culture that by acknowledging that white people have nothing to do with this,
What do you mean white people have nothing to do with this? What are you talking about?
989, you're on the line.
Hey, whoa, look here. I just caught your stream kind of late, but what's your beef with Christians, bro?
What's my beef with Christians?
Yeah,
I don't have any beef with Christians.
because I'm just like, I only caught the last 20 minutes, and it seemed like you got a problem with Christians.
If they talk like this, yes.
All right, so how should we talk, though?
Not like a tap dancing, shucking, jiving coon. That's preferable.
Okay. So I got a question then. So as a Christian, who should I vote for?
As a Christian, who she should vote for? I don't know.
Yeah. Should I vote for Candy Jiggles or Treason Trump?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. As a
All right.
Christian, who you
I
should
mean-
vote for?
Huh?
I would probably etch in Kamala before Trump. If I had to think
Okay.
about it for a second.
All right. Even though she don't line up with my Christian values.
I think she lines up more than Trump. She's repetitive of her actions. Trump hasn't apologized for anything.
True. Okay. Now, I will concede that Trump, when it comes to Christian values, he's definitely worse than her. But unfortunately, as a party, the other people line up more than he does. Well, Kamala, as a party, they line up worse than she does.
I don't know
puts me in
how.
a conundrum.
Because I think we switched
Huh?
it from the candidate to now the party. Trump doesn't represent the party.
Don't think so?
No, not at all. They've made it abundantly clear that they're MAGA, not Republican. That's why I was saying if we're going off of candidate, there's only one candidate who was cheating on his wife while she was pregnant, who was fornicating with a porn star. There's only one person who was actually selling Bibles and doing photo shoots to make himself seem as if he's for the scripture.
True. But you said that MAGA is not Republican. I can't tell the difference between the two. They're the same, one and the same to me.
I think that's the problem. I think that's the bigger problem.
Okay. But I have the same thing on the other end of the spectrum where the candidate and the party all line up together, you know?
With Kamala?
Yeah, I mean, the party, well, Kamala, I'll be honest with you. With Kamala, I don't really know much about Kamala because she goes with the wind, you know, like her policies and everything just with the wind, you know, it changes as it goes. But as a party, she has stayed on certain things, like the Democrat Party stays lined up when it comes to abortion. They follow suit with that.
Well, I think
Alphabet
the
Mafia.
argument for her is not necessarily as far as killing babies, but as far as limited government.
Limited government?
That's correct.
Or what? Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm confused. But Democrats usually bigger, more government.
No, that seems to be Republicans when it comes to Trump.
More government with Trump?
Yeah.
He used to talk about less government. Getting rid of government. That's the whole Project 25 thing. Getting rid of departments, education, and, you know, all
That's
all
not
of,
government. That's just hurting the American people. You ending as far as public schools, that's not getting rid of government. That's hurting poor people. Because it's poor people or underserved communities that take their kids to public schools. Rich people can afford private schools. Rich people can afford charter schools. So it's not about government. Government in and of itself isn't evil. It's how you utilize the government. Trump's the one talking about as far as having government pay for IVF. I don't know what that has to do. Trump's the one talking about as far as having given money to Israel so they can level Gaza and do what they need to.
well, both parties are going to get money. to
Trump's the
Israel,
one talking
no
about
matter
as
who's
far as
president.
having officers have full immunity from prosecution. That's not less government. It's more government.
That's interesting. Because traditionally, Republicans are usually less government, Democrats more government.
Like I
More
said,
government
they're no
programs.
longer Republicans. This is now MAGA.
Right. But even with MAGA, I guess I maybe I'm still trying to understand.
Trump hasn't been less government, even when it came to guns. He said, take the guns and then give them due process.
Yeah. I'm trying to, I mean, because with Trump, the problem with Trump is there's a difference between what he says and then what actually happens. So I'm trying, you know, I mean, I can't just say, yeah, this is that, because he says a lot. I mean, the dude, he says whatever people want to hear at that moment in time, you know.
So it's someone that can't be trusted.
Oh, definitely. I think he's guilty of treason. Me, myself, I think he's guilty of treason, but at the same time, because both parties seem like they fall lock and step with the candidate, that puts me in a conundrum because, you know, it's like I can give on one part, then I lose on another part. So, you know.
There are going to be pros and cons to each party. I just think it depends on where your ideology and where your worldview lies. That's going to dictate which one is more favorable.
I'm more in the middle.
I don't know
I
what
would
that
say
means.
this. Well, I'm in the middle. I would say this. As a 40-ish Christian black male, I do find myself with a dichotomy in a lot of situations because my views with my religion and race, not in life clash, but in politics clash. You know, the famous argument, Republicans want to protect the baby, but don't want to protect the baby once it's out the womb.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats, at the same time, claim they want to protect the baby out the womb, but they don't want to protect the baby as far as letting him mature to be what the baby should be. You know, as in the whole gender wars.
I think the argument has to do is not necessarily as far as not protecting the baby, but as far as giving the autonomy to the mother.
Right, I'm talking about something other outside of that. I'm talking about, like, you know, when it comes to the baby with the Democrats, you know, they kill a baby. You know, Democrats, they'll kill a baby before it's born, but then once it's born, you know, they all supposed to be all lovey-dovey, but at the same time, they kill it.
I don't think
socially,
Democrats have killed any babies. I think what they've done is as far as women to make those choices on their own.
Okay, I mean, I can agree to disagree with you on that. What I'm just saying is that they give the women the option to not let the child come to fruition or whatever,
I
right?
think the best way to go about that, if you want to prevent abortions, is to give people as far as a means to provide for that child.
Say that one more time.
The best way to prevent abortions is to give women a means to provide for that child.
Okay, I agree on that a little bit because I'm not a hardcore abortion. I don't believe in abortion when it's used, and it's just my belief. Only time I see abortion is like I don't say nothing. I'm not for it or against it, but if a young lady's raped and she wants to get abortion, I don't have nothing to say about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
'Cause that child was forced on her. It wasn't her choice. You know what I mean? That wasn't
I hear
something
you. I
she
agree.
participated in.
I think there should
You
be
know,
an extra concentration on sex education as well.
Yeah. Like as far as like, you know, abortions, as far as, you know, pretty much abortions as being a new birth control, I mean, I ain't for that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know anyone who's doing that. Like there's no data there's no data that suggests that women are using abortion as birth control.
Well, actually there is data. Because most abortions, I'm just saying, because we look at it, okay, so it's easy to see, like, I mean, if you look at the number of abortions and you look at like the number of like, reported rape pregnancies and stuff, they're not going to be the same. You know what I mean? So more women are having abortions because for whatever personal reasons, you know, they feel like they can't raise it. They feel like they're not ready. They feel like the baby's going to be a hindrance to their lifestyle for whatever reason, right? But a reason, like I said, like a reason like rape or incest, to me, those two reasons are the only two reasons where I see or death, you know, or health problems, you know, something that can cause death to the mother. You know what I'm saying? Where it's something out of their control. I'm looking at something that's out of their control. You know, but when they choose, you know, to do what they do and they get pregnant, that's in their control. You know what I'm saying? And to go ahead and have an abortion because it's going to cramp your lifestyle or whatever excuse we want to make, the timing, can't afford it or whatever, you know, whatever excuse we want to make for it, you know, that's using it pretty much like birth control. You know what I'm saying? Because it's getting out of the responsibility you signed up for.
Well, I think
that's just my take on it.
So when we think about birth control is usually not a one-off thing. It's something that's used consistently, right? Whenever you engage in sexual intercourse. So most people who are sexually active don't have sex just one time or once every 6 months or something like that. So that's why I think it's a bit flippant to use it to make the comparison that people use it as birth control, as if women are getting multiple abortions, because that's not what's happening. It's usually a very extreme, traumatic experience when a woman goes down that path.
I would say this. I disagree. I disagree on that because, I mean, I ain't gonna say we all, but there are women that do have traumatic. Then we have seen where women have gotten birth control because they simply don't want to have a child. You know what I mean? Hell, we have seen how it's been publicized by
I think
men.
that's a responsible decision.
You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's when to me that's it's not stepping up to their plate. You know what I mean? It's like you did what you had to do. Now you're in a situation, so you're taking the easy way out, have an abortion or whatever. I know people might not like how that sounds, but that's it.
But
It is
wouldn't
what
that
it is.
be
You know
the
what I mean?
responsible thing to do if you're not in a position to, right? If you're not in a position to drive a car, right? You don't have a license, you don't know how to drive. Why would you then force someone to drive the car?
That's true, but we're not talking about driving a car because there are things in place.
So by the
for
same concept, if a girl, which is majority of the abortions, right? They're usually younger, underage women. If they're not in a position to take care of that child, to be a mother, a proper mother, then why would you force them into parenthood? Wouldn't that just bring about an additional burden, not only to the taxpayers, but also to society?
That's something they say. To be honest with you, I can't really say it will be an additional burden because,
if she can't provide for it, there's either two options. Either the child goes into foster care or she gets on social programs. Now, if people are upset that these women are getting on social programs, right? They want to say, hey, well, this is causing, a burden on the taxpayer because I have to pay for their irresponsible, behavior. And you cut those programs, and where does that leave that child? That leaves that child homeless or to a life of crime.
True. But at the same time, though, everything has a cause and effect. So if there isn't an option for abortion,
so I hear what you're saying. So what you would then be advocating for, I don't think most people would advocate for that, right? I don't think you would advocate for homelessness for a child, or for a child to go to a life of crime.
Right, and I think I'm all for adoption. I've even considered it myself. But what I'm looking at too is like we
kids
forget.
do you have?
I don't have any right now.
Yeah, most people who are for adoption don't have any adopted kids. That's what I've noticed. And when it comes to adoption, the adoption rate.
Well, Lucas, I'll tell you this, and I understand what you're saying, but I would say this. I only can speak for myself. The only reason why I say I considered adoption because as an older man, I don't have any kids yet. But only reason I don't have any kids now, I haven't adopted them because I'm not married. So I do want to be married one day, and when I do get married, me and my wife, we're going to sit down and have a conversation about adoption. Because right now, I am someone who is very active in community and stuff. I have mentors, and I have actually.
I hear you, but even when it comes to adoption,
part of a mentorship program
there's data on
through
adoption,
the juvenile
right?
system.
The kids who are usually older aren't the ones that are usually getting adopted.
I know. That's why I'm saying,
So
for
then
me,
what happens to those
because
kids?
I'm already dealing with.
Because once they get out, what happens to those kids? Do we just let them be? Once they turn 18,
Nah, you ain't gonna
they
let
get
them
kicked
be.
out? Well, that's what's happened to many kids. So why would we want that to happen if we know that it can be avoided early on?
Well, I guess this is my thing because I'm looking at it like I said, cause and effect. So I'm not trying to look at how things are now applying. I'm not trying to apply today's logic with something that's not in place. So if there was no abortions, I don't think there's going to be a big boom in adoptions and then in pregnancy and all that, because if there's not that option, there are a lot of people who don't take it serious. Like you said, education. I think education will change because when there is no longer abortion, then you really see education ramped up, to prevent a lot of these unwanted pregnancies with the young people and the underage people and the poor people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So so it's hard. Because it's hard to say ifs. I don't like what ifs. Because it's hard to do ifs. If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. So what I'm saying is that as of right now, adoption's at a certain rate. I get that. You know what I mean? Would that change? I can't tell if it wouldn't change or not, but I'm just thinking logically, if there is, if abortion is like states where we see states, we're going to have to see. Time will tell. Because there are states now where abortion is now becoming illegal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now is the time we have to do the research to see how the numbers, if the numbers stay where they at or if they go. Because it's an argument. It's the same argument we
numbers
see.
Will we be looking at?
Huh?
We'll be looking at births, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the birth and the foster care system, like the birth versus foster care system. You know what I mean? We'll be looking at the number of births of pregnancies increase. Unwanted pregnancies increase. Then we look at the, compare that to numbers of children going into foster. But then we also would have to look at the number of women who are going on assistance to see how that is being affected. You know what I'm saying? I understand there's a lot of moving variables. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost to me like the gun argument where you see states where they were saying, where certain states say, hey, let's make it easy to get guns. Then our violence rate go down, but we see that it don't. It stays about the same. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it might be like one of these things where just because you stop one thing, it doesn't mean something's going to boom. I think it's going to be the opposite. I think it's going to cause more people to now be forced to put things in place, like you said, better education. Just one, you won't see a lot of repeats. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women, this is a stat. It's hard to say, but women who've been polled or whatever that have multiple children with no father system, where they have random babies, fathers, whatever. A lot of them women have been, have had an abortion at one time or not in their life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that first one, if you're not allowed to get rid of that first one, and you have to stick at a young age, and you have to raise that child, that's going to change your life. Because we've seen success stories where young women who have had children young, buckled down, was able to, with a good support system. I will admit, it takes a support system. You know what I'm saying? And especially for blacks, this ain't something blacks have always struggled with. Because there was times, pre-civil rights and stuff with blacks when we had more family units. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't just having abortions like willy-nilly and stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't a part of our makeup. You know what I'm saying? We see a lot of big mamas raising, a child. That when you have a child had a child, young big mama raised her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that lady didn't have another second one until she was grown out the house. Because big mama told her, "I'm not gonna raise a second one." You know what I mean? So this is a complex thing. But my thing, I just want to talk to you as a Christian. We all are not the same. We're not perfect. We got issues too. And some of the dudes, like I know dude you was listening to, and I hate this myself as black man. Sometimes it's, we in order to try to make ourselves feel better, like the Tatums of the world, we crap on our own people, like the Candaces in the world. And that's not all of us. There are a lot of black Christians out here who got love for their people, who fighting for their people, want to see their people do good, and they're voting for Kamala, and some of them even voting for Trump. At the end of the day, to me, Jesus is king. No matter who the president is, God gonna be God. So, president, all of them to me could kick rocks, but it's my American duty to vote because no matter what, I should vote my interests because that's how things work in this country. Things get done through the election system. Thank you for your time, bro. Keep doing what you do.
No problem, man. Appreciate the call.
All right, now.
672, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, it's Sean Alexander from North Vancouver again. Yeah, we had that conversation about reparations last night. I did some homework, and I don't disagree with the reparations thing at all. I'm not a plant, by the way. I am black. My parents are from Trinidad, so just to let you guys know. But a redress package of, let's say, every African American getting $250,000, that would look like $11 trillion. The operating budget of the United States of America was $3.4 million. But I just wanted to put that out there, and I just want to leave that one alone. This morning, I was talking to a friend, and this whole Trump business, it's just got people, as you say, going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs up here in Canada. I'm politically active. I'm involved in a BIPOC executive. I'm also involved in a partisan party. And, this whole Trumpism has got white people up here believing that we want revenge, that it's us against them. And, it's horrible. This election coming up, black people, they got to make the right choice because it affects all of us in North America. And I just want to say your show is great. You're amazing. Thank you for your time.
No problem, man. Take care. All right, I think we're done with this. We can go to the Kamala interview.
318, you're on the line.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying. Is this Lucas?
Yep.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Look, man, I just want to say this, man. That last caller, I don't know, man. I just want to kind of shout out Christians, bro. We all don't think like that, man. I just want to say it's a clear difference between Kamala and Trump. And when you got people making decisions that can change nations, you want them to have a little compassion. And I feel like Kamala is that person. And she's going to move more with compassion and with reason and less with what concerns her. And just bravado. And I think in times like this, with war going on everywhere, we probably need people like that now. And so that's why I'm voting for her. And I don't agree with a lot of stuff with abortion and stuff, but I do agree with protecting women. It's like people dying. Simply, I didn't know a whole lot before this issue came up like this, but you got girls out there dying because they can't get health care. This is crazy, man. And I just think fools like that, man, they need, well, I ain't gonna call a man a fool, but you need to really take a little time and read something or study something, because it just don't make sense at all. And a lot of people try to take and say they're Christian, so they got to vote such a way because of homosexuality and gay marriage, and some people say because of the abortion issue, but that's not the case, man. And just for me, I'm going with a better candidate. And even in the Democratic Party, I know it's some crazy stuff on the other side, the far left and all that. I know that's that. But you can't have it perfect every time when you're dealing with government. And sometimes you have to have some sobriety and some common sense. And that's all I want to say, man. You got anything you want to ask me?
No, you good, man.
All right, man, I'm out.
Appreciate it.
You're on the line.
Hey. I can't take it. I can't bear it. All the softness that's going on right now with these call-ins, and y'all supposed to be black dudes for real. Like, come on now. We voting for Trump. All right, we ain't playing this game. All right, we ain't doing this. The best leg that the Democrats got to stand on is abortion rights. And that's not even right because Trump said he's not even banning that. He's giving it back to the state. Man, cut it out with all this BS. Cut it out.
So
that woman is not.
So as a black
woman is
man,
not built-
why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's obviously better for the job. She is not. Y'all know this. To y'all heart, y'all know this.
What makes
This
him
woman's in-
better for the job?
One, she's incompetent. She cannot.
So what
operate
makes him
without-
better for the job?
He's a businessman. He's already proven himself. We already had 4 years of him. Now, granted, he did have a bad stroke of the look with the pandemic, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
But hey, he's better.
Do you think, as far as being against reparations, makes him better?
I ain't for reparations. Reparations will bankrupt the country, and I'm black.
Were you born here? Is your lineage
Yes,
here?
sir. Yes, sir.
So you would be considered FBA.
Yes, sir.
And
I understand the politics around reparations. Yes, I'm for it. I do think it's disrespectful the fact they had $400 million that they gave to immigrants and not to us. I
So
think that's
why would you be
disrespectful.
against reparations?
Number one, I'm not really truly against it, but I know that the politics around it.
So if you're not
is
truly against
physically-
it, why would you be for a candidate who isn't truly against it?
Because it will bankrupt this country. Come on now, we know this. Financial. Come on now.
Why would reparations
Economically,
bankrupt
it
the
will.
country?
Sir, they barely had money FEMA barely had money to give to people during the hurricane. Come on now.
Why would reparations bankrupt the country, though?
They just gave the money they just gave to these migrants.
So if we have money for migrants, Israel, and
You should-
Ukraine,
we should-
why would reparations bankrupt the country? That's what I'm not understanding. So why would it bankrupt the
Okay.
country?
Do you not see? They could only give people $750 for the hurricane crisis, sir.
So why would it bankrupt the country? How much do you think it would take to? How much does it take to bankrupt the country?
You know what I mean? I mean, I really honestly don't know.
So why do you think reparations would bankrupt the
I
country?
mean, if we only got $750 a hand to hurricane victims, then obviously we surely don't have money for yeah.
What does the
you get what I'm
stimulus
saying.
check have to do with reparations?
Oh, it has a whole lot, sir. It has a whole lot to do with it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Can you explain how it has a whole lot to do with it?
It's all money, Lucas. It's all money. We know this.
So
Come on now.
how does a stimulus check have anything to do with reparations?
Look, all I'm saying is, and I know I get what you're saying, but you get what I'm saying also as well.
I have no idea what you're saying. You're saying that it would bankrupt the country, but I've seen as far as money go up. I've seen the debt ceiling raised, but yet somehow it bankrupts a country when it happens to benefit Black Americans. It doesn't bankrupt the country when it benefits farmers.
look.
When we had Trump's economy in 4 years, and due to his tariffs, we had to pay billions of dollars to farmers. Nobody complained about that because that was reparations. But somehow it'll bankrupt the country when it comes to Black Americans and reparations. You don't
Well,
find
let's
that to
be
be a
honest.
bit weird?
Well, hold on, Lucas. Let's be honest. Who's really presented this question to Donald Trump, really? Because we had a chance to present that question.
He
to him
already
at the
said
NAB.
no. His son said no. He even came out attacking Kamala. He even
what?
came out
His
attacking
what?
Kamala, saying that she wanted taxpayer-funded reparations.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Why would you want taxpayer-funded reparations? That's
As opposed
why
to
would you
what?
want that? Okay, so where are we getting this money from? Okay, let's have a serious conversation. I mean, I get it. I'm a dumb Trump supporter, but let's just understand. Let's have this conversation. Where are we going to get this money from?
You would get it from the American government, the taxpayer.
The taxpayer,
Yes.
which is ultimately ourselves, because we're taxpayers as well.
That's correct. We pay for
That's
nearly everything that happens in the country.
See, and that's exactly, and that ain't, not that you're stupid, but that sounds stupid.
Why does that sound stupid? I don't understand.
You just said the taxpayers, but that ultimately you saying that black people will ultimately pay for their own reparations. That's why a conversation needs to be had.
Do you understand
A
the
serious
concept of
one.
money being fungible?
No.
So the country would be paying for it. It would be through the government, right? Because obviously, all taxpayer money would not be enough to fund reparations. Just like it wouldn't be enough to fund as far as wars or money going to Ukraine or foreign aid.
So meaning what? Does that mean?
So it would be the same concept as far as reparations for the Japanese. I don't think any Japanese person made an argument against reparations because it would be their money given back to them.
But see, you're having a serious conversation. Are they having that type of conversation though? Seriously, both parties aside,
Yes.
are they both?
California,
They are?
we already had a bill, didn't get the votes. Well, actually, didn't even get a chance to be voted on. But yes, we had a commission for reparations. Kamala's talked about as far as being for reparations, there has to be a form of reparations. Trump is the only person that said no. And you seem to be against reparations because you believe it will bankrupt the country, but you can't tell me how. Because the countries were trillions and trillions in debt, and somehow we're not bankrupt yet.
I only said we never had really true conversation as far as
No,
as far as really.
you said you were against reparations because it would bankrupt the country. Now, are you?
Yeah, bankrupt the country, and also there's not been serious conversations. There's been banter.
There has been serious conversations. Hence why Kamala has spoken on reparations.
Oh, right around election time, right?
What other time would she speak about it? Given that she just became, as far as the nominee this year.
Not during election time.
Why would the VP talk about reparations not during election time of her becoming the presidential candidate?
Why wouldn't she?
What do you mean, why wouldn't she?
And if I'm the VP and I'm black, hey president, hey, hello, how you doing? Reparations. How about my folks over here?
That's not how that works. Just like that's
really?
not that. Yeah. So how it works is there's something called civics. So there has to be a bill first.
Exactly. She's
can
next
what?
to the man that can create a bill. She's next to the man that can create a bill for that.
Okay, the
Hell,
executive.
he already legalized,
so when it comes to the branches of government, the executive does not create bills.
Yes, they do. They present them to legislate. Hold on, wait.
The executive branch does not create bills. So what I've noticed by many people who are MAGAs, who are black, is that they're highly uneducated and ignorant on the political process and civics.
First of all, they do create bills, and they do present them to the. I believe.
Name me
they
the
present
last
them to
bill
the other
that Trump
branches.
created.
Sir, they create bills and
Name me
present them
one
to
bill
the
that
other,
Trump created.
Hold on. They create bills and present them to the other branches of the government so they can vote on them.
That's
I believe
not
that's
the
how it works.
executive branch. Biden does not create a bill and then present it to Congress.
So that's not how that works, Lucas. Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
I mean, that's basic economics. You don't know that?
I don't know what universe you live in, but the universe, I'm Earth 334. And on Earth 334, that's not how basic civics or economics works.
Okay. All right.
But aside from bankrupting the country, which I don't know why they would create a bill that would bankrupt the country. That wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't get passed. So that's not really a good argument. So is that the only argument you have against reparations?
Well, let me tell you what I really stand for.
Okay.
Like I said, I really don't care for reparations. What I do care for is cheaper living.
Do you care for a black
for
man
my
agenda?
people? A black man agenda.
Yeah.
Pertaining to what? exactly?
Pertaining to black men.
What, police reform? What
A
do you?
litany of things, as far as when it comes to business, entrepreneurship. Does Trump have a
Okay,
black? Does Trump have a black man agenda?
um, he didn't had conversations with black men about certain things that we want.
Has Trump presented a black man agenda?
No, I don't think he will, because to be honest with you, it's not about black this and black that. He's not about singling out races. He Everybody's American in his eyes, so it's not really. I don't think
But
y'all
being a part of
y'all
America is
understand.
understanding that not everybody's the same, right? Not all Americans are a monolith. That there are certain difficulties and struggles that one group of people may face as opposed to another group.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to reach everybody. I mean, and reach all people. I mean, what you may pass to help one group of people may unintentionally neglect another group of people. So let's try and think about all of us as a whole instead of trying to separate us and say,
If we're
well,
all Americans and it helps one group of people, how would it then not subsequently help the American people?
that's something that we as a country got to figure out. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my honest answer. I mean, but as far as this election, and I ain't gonna stay on here too long. I ain't gonna chat your ear off too long. As far as this election, the best person for this job is obviously him. If y'all don't know
I don't know
that,
how it's obviously him when you haven't presented an argument as to why it's obviously him. Especially not for black men or even black people.
well, the people have chosen, and black people by and large have chosen Trump. We and y'all don't
They
seem to
didn't
like it.
choose him the
Y'all like,
last election or the election before that.
sir, you just did a video about black Trump supporters and how they got interviewed.
Yeah,
And
black
the
Trump
lady got ate
supporters
up.
are a minority of a minority.
Minority? No, we're very much a large percentage of us are very much here.
Black Trump
We are
supporters have
very,
never
yeah.
been a large percentage. They weren't a large percentage in 2016.
Y'all, I
They
think
weren't a
y'all
large
gonna be
percentage
very.
in 2016, and they definitely weren't a large
And
percentage last election.
I think y'all gonna be shocked in 11 days.
That's what they said last time.
Okay, it's different now.
How is it different? What metric are you judging
You
as far as
know
black support of Trump?
you know it and you seen it, bro. You seen it. Come on now.
This sounds like the argument that people had when Trump lost by saying, "I saw more Trump yard signs than Biden."
I mean, you should understand that more, bro. You was once on his side, correct?
Yes, and I understood that I was a minority.
So you understand he's gonna win though this time, though, right?
I very much doubt he's going to win.
Okay. Respect it. All right. Like I said, I ain't gonna check your ear off. All right, bro.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call,
I
man.
guess
You take care.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you too.
941, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas.
Yep.
Hey, hey, thanks for having me on. I'm a white guy. I'm okay here.
What do you mean, are you okay here?
Well, I mean, I don't want to tread on anyone's shoes. Right now, I finished my major in economics a year and a half ago. I'm on my last semester, for my doctorate. I want to say, technically, our country's already bankrupt. We've been running a fairly massive deficit for the last 2 years. How large of reparations would you be considering? Like what do you think would suffice? What do you think would end the discussion? Like, what's the number?
I'm not sure. I believe Darity has said somewhere in the trillion.
Well, not in total, like per person or per affected person.
It depends.
Okay, so like for you, if you were to be super proud of your government, if they sent you a check, like what would be the minimum amount where it kind of restore your faith that your government,
I think
like
it depends because as far as what happened wasn't just as far as monetarily.
Yeah, for sure. Would anything more than $2,000 or anything less than $2,000 be appropriate at all?
No, I would not. I would not think anything less than 2,000 would be appropriate.
Yeah, probably not. What about like 10,000?
I mean, if we start off with the base with reparations when it comes to Japanese, that'd be 20,000, and that was just for being
the previous
in a camp.
discussions were on Black Americans, right? Or are we talking about Japanese Americans here, or is it for all minorities?
So the reason why I brought up Japanese Americans when it came to reparations is that they received reparations, and the base that they got was 20K. So that's why I'm saying that they got a base of 20K for just being, their fourth being violated, their right to free passage. That's just 20K. So if we start with that just as a base and go from there.
All right. And then one moment here. Yeah. Also, I just Googled it real quick. The total amount spent on the Japanese reparations was around $38 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if that number 20,000 is correct, and we're talking about the Black population, which is 13 to 18% of the population. Don't know the exact number.
Well, we wouldn't be including all the Black population because this wouldn't be race based; it would be lineage based.
Okay, so like me as a white man, if I was I'm not sure if in this case I'd be completely white, but if I descended from a slave, would I be able to receive a reparation?
You would have to be a Black American who is descended from slavery. I don't know why you would be descended from a Black slave in the United States.
I haven't taken a DNA test, and my family hasn't really told me much about
how
our
in
heritage.
what hypothetical scenario would you descend from an African slave?
Yeah, there'd be a master, and they'd have a kid, and then they'd just keep reproducing. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'd be descending from both, so.
Gotcha.
All right, moving on though, real quick. Called my friend uneducated, because you were asking him whether or not the president can form a bill. The president has the power of executive orders. The president has limited powers in that aspect, but they also, they hold a State of the Union fairly often where they propose bills probably in a larger spotlight than any congressperson. And I joined your live
Are
here
those bills that they created?
No. You have to get a Congress majority vote or a 2/3 majority vote in order to pass
there'd be
a bill.
context there, right? So then they wouldn't be bills that they created.
No. It would be a proposed bill, and then they could sign an executive order as well. So Donald Trump, for instance, he was the only federal representative or a federally elected representative who passed any form of crime bill or police reform bill after the BLM riots. Out of any, not a sitting Congress member even proposed one because they were actually in recess for about 2 months during that time because COVID complications, I assume. He got on that about, I think it was a week after the big Atlanta riot. He signed that police reform bill in hopes that he could calm people down. So the president has certain powers, but Congress definitely controls most of the monetary programs, president can do things like for instance, for reparations, there's no way on earth we afford any sort. We can't. You say we afford to send money to Ukraine. We can't realistically afford to send money to Ukraine right now. Our country's going into a severe deficit. But one of the ways we could fund that would be, stop giving social programs to illegal migrants, and instead, we could give those to minority residents of America. Certain things like that, where there's a shit ton of spending going on, we could maybe redistribute that, but we don't have any. I don't think we have $1 in our treasury right now that we could give out without having to vote on raising the debt ceiling a third time during this current administration. So where would we get that money from?
We'd get it from the same place we get all of our money from.
The printers?
Sure.
Or from China?
All of the above.
Yeah. It'd be nice, right? Vote for the president who offers you the most amount of money. I think that's ethical and legitimate.
Well, I don't think it's offering money.
No.
I think it's paying a debt, which is what we've been doing since we got here.
Yeah. So about 4 years ago, I think I watched a video or two of yours, or someone with a very similar face. You were quite the Trump glazer, right? Back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What made you change your mind, man? Because you're kind of shattering my worldview. I'm hearing you say things that were so radically different than what you used to say back in the day. It's kind of shook me up a little bit.
I don't think I've said anything that's radically different.
I mean, for instance, you were. I could be wrong. It's freaking years ago, but I remember you being personally not pro-life at all. I don't like big government at all. I tend to lean towards Trump, looking at the facts on that. But I remember you as being almost annoyingly pro-life back in the day. Am I wrong about that?
I'm still pro-life.
But no longer to the extent that the government should have any say in
I think the best way to be pro-life is to prevent people to be from these situations. So I think when Republicans want to eliminate sex education, I don't think that's pro-life. I think when they want to eliminate social programs for the children that they want people to have, I don't think that's pro-life. So the problem comes in with being a bit hypocritical on the right. They tell people to have babies, but then offer no way for them to have babies responsibly.
We do have some terrible Republicans, especially in Congress, especially running. You have certain states like Texas.
But it's not the Republicans individual; it's the party as a whole. Because if the party as a whole didn't agree with them, they would be labeled as rhinos.
Completely changed that party. That's not. Completely radically changed the Republican Party to more center.
So it's not me who's changed; it's the party that's changed.
No. If Trump was not there, I think Republicans would revert right back to what Republicans do. The only reason they're anti-war right now is because all the anti-war people are Trump supporters, and Republicans used to be the war party, but now that the Democrats are, Republican congressmen who were super pro-Patriot Act, pro-war on terror, now have to basically yield to the MAGA movement of no wars. It's a pretty radical change of the Republican Party. Would you say that?
Mm-hmm.
But would you say it's to the center?
I'm not sure where it's going.
Do you think that no wars is an extreme view on either side of the political spectrum?
I don't think either is not in favor of war.
And then real quick, and I'll let you go, because you have a community here, which I think is cool. I'll let other people speak. But earlier you said that Trump's big government because he wants to send so much money to Israel. The current administration sitting in office, I think, sent I saw like one chart. It was showing an increase of $25 billion on top of the Israel budget for aid to Israel, not Hamas. And then, you know, Trump's position is my goal is to end the war. So I don't think he's really proposed too much. I know he said
I think the goal
with
is
the
if the
Israeli
goal is to
government.
end a war by means of giving Israel a blank check. I wouldn't consider that as far as limited government.
Yeah, but he has no proposals for that. And the Biden administration has done that to an extent that Trump hasn't done in his term. I don't even think the Obama and Bush administration combined has sent Israel as much money as Biden has since the war. I think the war started in January of this year. So in the last 6 months, they've gotten more funding than a decade. You think that they're not getting a blank check, seeing how they could probably eviscerate the Gaza Strip overnight if they weren't getting paid to, you know, have this little proxy war. I'm not pro-Hamas. That's crazy. I am pro-Palestine in this conflict. I think that Israel, the state of Israel, is a cancer. I think the military is really important in protecting, you know, the Jewish populations from Hamas and the Saudis. But I think that the Netanyahu administration is quite warmongering, and they also fund our Democratic Party pretty heavily. The Republican side is getting funded very little by the Israel government, as much as they used to. They used to be the Israel Party, and now, you know, the Democratic Party is being fractured. There was another Capitol Hill incident where it wasn't as televised as the January 6th one because it couldn't be politicized. But, you know, you had the Palestine protesters breaking into the Capitol, I think earlier this year. I think that was in March. Anyways, I'm going to hang up on you now, but hopefully there's some things to consider there. Economically speaking, I think reparations are pretty radical. And right now we need to focus on creating a country that can afford it. If that's what you want to do, we cannot afford that if we're sending this much money to Israel. We cannot afford that if we're sending this much money to Ukraine. We cannot afford that with all this setting up EV stations everywhere. You know, it's not going to be possible. We're not made of money. But you have a good day.
You as well, man. Take care. Okay.
63, you're on the line.
1.1 trillion. That's what I think the country owes us black people. 1.1 trillion.
Okay.
I don't have a ton of time, but I just wanted to shoot that because I heard him talking about what's a good. I think 1.1 trillion is the net amount that should go to black people as a whole. Where I get that number.
Hey, how's it going, family? Welcome back to another video.
Thing back in the day, right? 3/8 compromise or 3/8 of a person, whatever. I want 3/8 of the net worth of today's farmland, which is 3-point-something trillion. I think 3/8 of that should go to black people as a whole. How we divvy that out, we can figure that out later. But I think for the purpose of argument, 1.1 trillion, I think that's our pot. What do you say? What do you think?
I mean, sure, I'd have to look into where that number comes from, but by all means.
I don't know. I just, for argument's sake, that's what I would go with. I'm tired of hearing people talk about oh, that's not like what do you think is a good? Because I think that we've had even Trump said it, bro. Black people, this country was founded on the backs of our people, bro. So I think that's a fair number. I think that's not counting the jobs that we work today. We've been paying taxes this entire time. There was a large portion of history where we were working with no pay. So it's I think that's fair. And like I said, where I got that number is just do a quick Google search. Today's farmland is worth as a whole in the U.S. 3.3 trillion. Give us 3/8 of that because we were 3/8 of a person, right? I just off principle, off rip, give me 3/8 of that 3 trillion. That's kind of my take on it. But I don't have a ton of time. I just wanted to share that, bro.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe it was 3/5, not 3/8. And like I said, I think Dr. Darity has already given a number. He's written multiple books on reparations. 347. What's the disagreement? I'm sorry. What do you got?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing.
So I mean, thing is, man, I think it's funny, but the white guy who just called, I just think he's I don't even believe he's a PhD in economics or whatever he said. As far as the other guy who just recently called about the 1 something trillion, it's sad because black folks don't even understand what they own. My calculation, based on what I've seen, for not just from Bob Johnson and other people, is at least 15 trillion. Because if you look at it, white America has $130 trillion in private wealth. Okay? Black people have six. Four of the 6 trillion that black people have is in boomer pensions and homes. But as far as where the money's going to come from, going back to what dude was talking about, like, well, we can't afford it with the budget thing. There is an aspect of that that's true, and there's an aspect of that that's BS. The issue is, like, I think last year the U.S. collected $4.4 trillion in revenue, but it spent like 6 point something, close to $7 trillion so like the deficit, which is borrowed money, is like 1 point something trillion, right? So if you look at the whole U.S. annual budget, we usually spend like $1 to $2 trillion over our budget to fund the government. The other time it went really high in terms of what we borrowed was during COVID-19, and I think they spent over $3 trillion just because they wanted to keep the whole thing afloat for the economy and whatnot. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
Yeah.
So the issue, that's one side. The other side is currently, because of the way the U.S. economy works, is that there's a wall between private wealth and public debt. So the U.S. as a country owes China about $800 and something billion. Every year, it's kind of funny, the U.S. pays interest of that money it owes to China, not just China. Other countries have our debt to Japan and whatnot. The thing is, there's a mathematical point where it becomes mathematically impossible to pay back the debt. You get what I'm saying? So technically, it's true that the U.S. can just print out like $20 trillion and give it to black people. But there is like this, I don't want to call it a wedge. There is a wedge there where it's like, okay, how are we going to do this? Now, personally, they should close down a lot of the military bases. There's a lot of stuff that they could do to actually remedy a lot of this stuff. But the problem is this another point I want to make about black people getting reparations. The thing is this: all the people who got reparations are different from black people in the sense that white America, and you hear this when you talk to a white person about reparations, white America doesn't see black people as people. You get what? I'm not just talking in the racial term. I'm saying this: they don't like they see black folks as unworthy of it. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm throwing money away because this is part of great power politics. So the Japanese got reparations, because the Japanese just fought a war against the Anglo countries. You get what I'm saying? Jewish people got reparations, There is a part of Jewry that fought a war that had to do with World War II. American Jewry essentially fought Nazi Germany, and Soviet Jewry fought Nazi Germany. And so the thing is, if you don't have power, you don't get nothing type situation. because they don't feel that you deserve it. Which is, I think I heard you talking to, no, it wasn't you, it was Tariq. He was talking to this white guy, and the white guy asked him what he would spend the money on, and that's an insane thing to ask somebody. If I give you what I stole from you, what are you going to spend it on? But it just went over Tariq's head because he's uneducated. Anyway, so the point is this, man. The tragedy of the black situation in America, regardless about who wins, I'm going with Bernie Sanders. I think you should vote for Kamala Harris, but it's not really going to change anything because, like I said, black people in America have lost leverage. Oh, I want to say one thing also. In the 50s, Eisenhower deported 1.1 million Mexicans. Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
So when people talk about, oh, there's no precedent for Trump to deport people, actually there is. The issue, though, is this. Because they said, if you look at what the business community was doing, they said, oh, no, these workers, they're just here for agriculture. They went from agriculture to hospitality to construction. Okay? And you had cheap labor has flooded the country and has displaced mostly black people, and there's a whole bunch of statistics about that. But even not just from the lower end, even from the top, H-1B visas, Indian immigrants, but highly educated but poor, in Seattle, in Washington, used to essentially reduce the wage, and the affluent and these companies and the CEOs can arbitrage the difference in pay scale, and that's how they become super wealthy. So we're looking at a situation now where, like, the whole country, the economy has been steadily being changed, and I listen to this guy called Tone Talks, and he's talking about, well, yeah, black people should. He part of what he said is right. The Republicans will cut programs. That is true, but at the same time, these programs that black folks depend on, they're about to run out in terms of their efficacy because now it's like most of the inner city black people are just involved in crime and prostitution. It's not even so much that the welfare thing anymore is keeping them afloat. You don't have people in Baltimore and Chicago, Detroit, and all these places that are just only living off of welfare. It's just drugs and prostitution, strip club, whatever. So that's the final destination of that program dependence. That's where that leads to. And so now, it's like choosing between it's like a person wants to kill you. Do you want to stay in the room and they fill it with carbon monoxide and die slowly, or do you want to face the ops directly? I think that's the choice for black people. So I don't know. What do you think?
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't know. Because the money thing, there's no way out. Black people don't own anything. Put it this way. Let me put it this way. From the survey of consumer finances, right? All of white people's consumer goods, cars, clothes, shoes, that kind of thing, basketball, that whole thing, their consumer goods, their TVs, their electronics, their stoves, right? That is worth $6 trillion. That's the exact amount of all black people's wealth in America. Hello?
Yeah.
So this is the thing. If we really want to talk about reparations, it should come out of a chunk of white people's personal wealth, that presents a dilemma also, because it's like, okay, how do you navigate? I think this is the best thing for black folks to do, because I was talking to a guy recently. He's military. The best way for black people to, and start this battle has to be fought with black people, Latinos, and college-educated white people. Those three groups have to come together, and it's their job to push the Democrat Party left, farther left that is, because the Democrat Party is a right-wing party. It's not a left-wing party. I got friends in Europe, they come over here, they tell me our Democrat Party will be actually considered a right-wing party. But I was talking to this guy in the military, and I was telling him, another of my friends, he has a son, he wants to go into the Marines. I convinced him. I said, young black should only be involved in, I think, 3 or 4 branches of the U.S. military. Space Force, Air Force, Coast Guard, or National Guard. There should be no
I see
black
your
men
last
in
one. Can y'all
active
stop calling so we
combat
can get
roles
to the
or
damn
in wars of
Shay Shay?
aggression. If we get invaded and they try to do some stuff to us here, that's different. But you can't claim, it makes no sense for you to send your children, you get what I'm saying, to go fight for. So that might be a point of leverage that black people might have. But then again, they're putting all the recruiters in not just black schools, they're putting them in Latino schools, and there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on that people don't see. Okay, but this, and I just want to say one last thing. When I say white people have 130 trillion, please don't think it's all white people evenly distributed. No. 10% of the white population owns 80% of the country's wealth. So let me say that again. White people in general own 90% of this country's wealth, but 10% of white people own 80%. This is where you get all this Israel stuff. Okay, that's just one. And so if 10% of white people own 80% of the country's wealth, but white people in general own 90% of the wealth, that means like the other 90% of white people are scrambling for 10% plus or minus of the wealth, of the country's wealth. So essentially, this is where you get all these issues from. All this MAGA stuff, all this, there's a part of what their grievance that is real, although obviously I don't believe they're going about it the right way. You get what I'm saying? But black people own about 2.6, I believe, percent of the country's wealth. Latinos is 2.6 as well. Asians and others and all the other people, Armenians, Iranians, whatever, Arabs, they're like 5%. I actually think Latinos are poorer than us only because they have a larger population. But still, black and Latino communities are completely collapsed.
I hear you, but unfortunately someone supered it in the call, so I appreciate it. Finish it. Great Goblin. Hang up, please. Banish it. Banish it from evil.
But I'm only 35.
Come on now, I'm your guest.
No, but you only 30.
I'm a.
He's also district. He's been
347, you're on the line.
Hey, what's going on, Lucas?
What's up?
Yeah, my thing is this, right? America needs to cut the crap, right? At the end of the day, black people was the one that built this country. If it wasn't for us, America would never be a superpower. And we all know that for a fact. They had free slave labor for like, I don't know how many amount of years, but we could agree maybe hundreds of years. Free labor. They wasn't getting paying those slaves for nothing. We was building stuff. We was doing everything for free. Not only for free, but we had hassle. We was getting whipped. We was getting chained and shackled, eating nothing but garbage for all those years. The least they could do is say, all right, we know if it wasn't for these people, we wouldn't be up there with Russia, England, and all them other countries. Because free labor meant that they didn't have to pay for nothing. If they didn't pay for anything, Lucas, really truly, America wouldn't be a superpower. And you know that. You know it for a fact, because it took England to pillage and do a whole bunch of stuff for them to be a superpower. Same thing with Rome, same thing with Russia and all those stuff. America didn't really have to go out and go on conquest to do all of that, because what they did was they took in the slaves. The slaves took care of the fields. They built their buildings or whatever they had to do for free, free, like I said. And the point is this: after all of that, we liberated ourselves. We assimilated ourselves into the population and all that. Everything was forgotten. Now, us as being the descendant of those slaves saying, hey, could we at least get back something? And they're like, oh no, the budget's too high. Oh, we broke right now. We can't give you this and that. But just like other callers said, you could give Ukraine this, you could give other Israel that, a whole bunch of other BS. Everybody could get something, and there's no excuse for them when it comes to them. They'll cut that check real quick. But when it comes to us, it's a problem. It's excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. And that's the whole thing. As a black person, we should really feel offended by that, to be honest with you. Because there's no way the most vital, most important key ingredient of your success you're going to treat like garbage. And okay, I understand the Japanese go through whatever they went through, but at the end of the day, Lucas, we could have accomplished that without the Japanese regardless. With or without them, we could have built those railroads or whatever the case may be. We could have done that. But they needed us to really be where they're at in this society, this modern society, because it came down to the foundation. We are their foundation. It's not the Japanese, it's not the Irish, it's not the Italians. None of those people who came over here was not the key ingredients. It was the black slaves that was the key ingredients for America. And they know this. And people talking about Donald Trump acknowledged that. He acknowledged at one point on last election because he was trying to get the black votes. But this election, he didn't say that. He actually downplayed it and made him and Dr. Phil, as a matter of fact, made it look like it was really working together, and it was a team effort type of scenario. Like, so people want to listen to a politician. A politician is always going to be a liar, whether it be a Democrat or Republican. Their thing is to try and get the votes and win. Just like people want to get mad at Kamala because she was a prosecutor and she prosecuted people. That was her job. Her job is to win. Just like a politician, their job is to win. So they're going to tell you whatever bullshit. They'll go to the friggin' Native American and say, oh, this shit was bad. And they'll go to the Native American's enemy and say, yeah, whatever the Native American did was bad. Also, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter where they go, they're always going to play politics. It's called politics because they try to trick you. But at the end of the day, it's the lesser of two evils. Either you're going to get one who's a Nazi, and let's just keep it a buck, he is a Nazi. And then one, Kamala, I'm not saying she's perfect. She definitely ain't perfect. Trust and believe that. But I think she's the lesser of the two evil, and I think she'll be able to compromise more. Like she could work with you. Trump ain't trying to work with nobody. He has his agenda, and that's that. He's just trying to play smooth and calm and collective right now. But as soon as he's in office, all these black people who be like, oh, Trump, I wish he goes in office. Not because I want him to go in office. I want him to go in office so they could feel as dumb as they talk and how they are, because this guy is not for black people. He will never be for black people. This guy do not like black people, plain and simple. But he knows how to play the game now. He learned from the last time. So he's trying to play smart. He still gets get a little messed up, and he'll say certain things that's on his mind. But for the most part, he got better self-control now than he did then. And what people got to look at also is the people that he puts into his cabinets and all that stuff. All of them is mostly friggin' Nazi sympathizers. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you gotta look at him for who he is at the end of the day. But if they don't want to do that, let them put Trump in office. And when he start doing his Nazi shit, when he start, because this time there's no hold bars, meaning you can't kick him out. So if he gets elected, they got him for 4 years. no matter what he does, they can't kick him out. Yeah, it's too late, basically. So he's gonna pass a whole bunch of shit. He's gonna tell you, "I fooled you," and then he's gonna start doing this and start doing that, and people are like, hold on. I thought you said you was this and you was that. Like, nah, nigga, you already knew what it was about, but you guys chose to ignore the signs of who I am. And it's crazy in 2024, people can't recognize, especially black people, can't recognize a racist. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy, to be honest with you. Sorry for yapping and ranting on, but I just had to say a whole bunch of shit because I've been listening to you for a minute, and I've been listening to people talking, and to me, especially the blacks that were talking, and they're like Trump is with Trump. I'm like, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. That is just too crazy because living day to day as a black person, it's one of our instincts to like point out a racist, to know a racist, like, oh, that guy's a racist right there, plain and simple. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy how when it comes to Trump, these blacks be making up some crazy excuses for him, and it's like the craziest thing. I was watching Shay Shay, just like you were just mentioning, and Kamala was talking and she was like telling people like, yo, you know, really and truly, Trump was not the one that did the stimulus. It was really the Democrats that did the stimulus. Maxine and whoever else was doing the stimulus, and Trump didn't want to do the stimulus. I'm like, I was glad that she mentioned that because a lot of people didn't realize that Trump didn't want the stimulus. He was fighting until he was like, all right, if we're gonna go ahead and do it, we're gonna make it the Trump relief package. He had to put his name on it. That was one of the conditions. He had several conditions, and they was like, all right, we'll agree to do it. So then people had amnesia because years later they're like, oh, Trump gave us money. No, he didn't. He didn't want to give you that money. Plain and simple, he did not want to give you that money. I remember that time. He was fighting like tooth and nail, like, nah, I don't want to give them. I don't want to have no da da da. And then Maxine and the rest of them was like, nah, we need to give out some money to the people and da da da. And Trump fought for a while until he finally, like, as a matter of fact, I think they wanted a certain amount, and then he was like, nah, we got to bring it down to this amount. That was one of the agreement conditions. It was like, instead of, let's say they was asking for 20,000, he was like, nah, make it 10,000. And then he was like, and then put my name on it. So he was smart by doing that, because then idiots got the thing and it says Trump package or whatever. So they think Trump was the one that gave them the money. Okay, I get it. All right. So after that now, I'm reading the comments after she mentioned that, and then some of the people was like, that stimulus created inflations and all that stuff. So 1 minute you guys was cool with it because Trump gave you guys thought Trump gave you the thing. But then when it was brought to your attention that Trump really didn't give you the thing, the stimulus, then you came up with another excuse like, oh, well, you know what? That stimulus was bad because it created inflation. So now you're admitting that it was bad because you realize he didn't do it. It was the Democrats that did it. But when you thought it was him that did it, you was not complaining about no inflations or none of that. So basically, what I'm trying to say, no matter what Kamala said or does, she's always gonna be in the wrong regardless. That's the point I'm trying to make. In their eyes, no matter what she says or does, she's gonna be in the wrong regardless. And whatever Trump says and does, he's always gonna be right. It's never gonna be questioned. And that's the thing that we gotta realize, that it's a waste of time even trying to argue or fight with these people, because they already have their mind set up, and nobody could change that. Regardless, nobody's gonna change that, Lucas. Trust me. You could hit them with facts. You could hit them with receipts. You could even hit them with pictures and all that stuff. They got an answer for everything. If you hit them with a picture of Trump shooting somebody, they're like, oh, that's AI right there. That's not real. That's fake. You know what I'm saying? You hit them with anything, they're not gonna believe you regardless, bro. So it's like you're gonna go crazy trying to convince these people who this person is, because in their head, no matter what, he can never do wrong, and that's what you got to realize. But I'm not trying to hold you. I'm just speaking my piece when it comes to that. Comes to this guy. Hopefully, this will be the end of him. After within 8 days, this will be the end of him, because to me, he's more like a divider than a uniter. I'm like I said, I'm not even a politician. I'm not really into politics, but this guy, when he was first in office, one last thing, when he was in office, for that first 4 years, I never really watched TV or the news and none of that. But when that guy was in office, Lucas, I felt like I was watching TV every day, because this guy was on some shit every day. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I have to keep an eye on him every day, just watching and say, all right, what he's gonna do next? What he's gonna lie about next? You know what I'm saying? It was just too much, to be honest. Like that was the first time really having to really dive deep into politics and government to them levels. I'm not saying that I'm a person that's not aware of what government and politics is, but in my day-to-day life, I'm trying to survive, number one. Number two, I'm trying to make money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really trying to sit there and really pre a politician and what they're thinking and what they're going to do next. He was the first president. I literally was like, my eyes on the TV, on the news every day, Lucas. I never had to do that in my life. You know what I'm saying? With this guy, I had to do that. I had to really watch TV and see what's next. What's he going to come up with next? You know what I'm saying? Because he always come, and then one of his guys, I forgot his name, Stephen Miller, the one with the bald head, the one that looked like a Nazi. Yo, that guy is more dangerous than him, to be honest with you. That guy was more dangerous than him. I forgot his name. It was something Miller, though. The one with the bald head. He looked like a straight Nazi. But he's, you know what I'm saying? He is he's worse than Trump. Even people in Trump's cabinet say, like he's more racist than Trump. He racist Trump, tell you the truth. So at the end of the day, it's like, he's even, this time around, he's even gathering people that's going to be, yo, trust me. If he gets elected, bro, trust me, we're going to have to come together as a people. We're going to have to abandon certain idiots and certain people. We just got to come together and just fight our way through this 4 years, to be honest with you. Like I said, Kamala, I'm not saying she's a saint, but I can more work with her than him, to tell you the truth. And that's the whole point. It's not about who's a saint and who's the devil and all that BS. It's more about who you could work with. Just like, look, as a black man, we are exposed to racism, right? And people are like, oh, I like Trump because he tells you like it is. That don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? The way I look at it, like, all right, look, Biden's a racist. But Biden's the type of racist that he's like, all right, I don't like black people, but I could do business with them. I could work with them. I could even compromise with them. Trump is the type of racist, like the racists down south. Like, they don't even want your money. They don't want, as long as you black, they don't want nothing to do with you. There's no compromise. There's no working together. You know, we're not living in a perfect world where we could say, oh, well, we don't want nobody to be a racist. We got to be realistic. You do got whites that are racist, but they still fuck with you, though. You know what I'm saying? You can still do business with them. They'll still give you opportunities if need be. You know what I'm saying? But then you got whites that they're not trying to give you no leeway. They're not trying to let you come up at all. You know? So at the end of the day, I'd rather work with the one that, okay, I don't like you, but, you know, if you come to me with something that's good, we could see what we could do. As opposed to, I don't like you and I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. You know what I'm saying? Just stay your way. Go your way, and that's that. I don't want that type of person.
Yeah,
that's what Trump is.
I appreciate it, but someone is a super in the call, but I appreciate the call, man. You take care and stay safe.
Yeah, what's your...
Brother was speaking facts. Okay, he was speaking facts this entire time. Speaking facts this entire time. B. Phil says, Trick Bag Family. Next hashtag, yeah, 5,000.
912, you're on the line.
Hi, Lucas. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
All right. We don't answer AI calls. I'm not trying to hold y'all. Then proceeds to hold us. It was a trick back family. Oh shit, they have goals? Yo, that's dope. Wait, this is new. I didn't know all this. Set a timer? What? No way. Their goals? Do y'all see this? Hold on. Get inspired by examples. I'll host. I'll do. Damn thing. Okay, look at YouTube. All right, let's go, YouTube. Let's go, YouTube. They trying to compete with Twitch. All right, let's see.
District Attorney of San Francisco. She was the nation's first Indian American senator. She's the first woman, first Black Asian American to be elected vice president. She set the record for the most tie-breaking votes cast by a vice president. She's the first Black woman, Asian American in U.S. history to win the presidential nomination of a major party. She's the first HBCU grad, making us proud. She's a Howard University alum. She's a member of the prestigious Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Here she is in person, Madam VP, Kamala Harris. Madam VP, how you doing?
Thank you very well, Shannon. How you doing?
It is an extreme honor, privilege, and a pleasure to have you on Club Shay Shay. CJ, who's the producer here, when we started this journey, Madam VP, 4 years ago, celebrities, athletes, entertainers, influencers.
Yeah.
VPs and presidential hopefuls were on the bingo card. You're here, so I want to thank you very much.
I thank you.
When we have guests come on, Madam VP, we like to toast. And what I read on this card, you don't deserve this, you earned this. Being the first in so many areas. And you make us proud. I just want you to know you make us proud for what you've been able to accomplish. And we're 12 days away, and we hope you have an even greater accomplishment. So here's to continued success in everything you've done and everything that you will do.
Oh, bless you, and thank you. And to you, Shannon, to you for all the success and the voice you give to so many issues. Thank you for that. Thank you. And cheers to you.
Cheers.
And I'm not going to actually drink this because I might fall asleep, and I need to do this again
I don't want you
with
to fall
Barack
asleep.
Obama this afternoon.
We don't want you to fall asleep.
So here we are. Cheers to everybody.
So before we get into the things that you want to do once you become president of the United States, I want to go back. When you found out when President Biden called you and said that he was no longer going to seek re-election, and you got that call, do you remember where you were and what you thought when you heard him say these words to you?
I do. So I was home. It was a Sunday afternoon. And my niece, her husband, and their 2 young daughters were visiting and staying with us. And I promised the kids I'd have pancakes and bacon and everything.
Okay.
And then after that, I had a puzzle for the kids, and we were sitting down to do the puzzle.
Okay.
And the phone rang.
Okay.
And it was President Biden. And so that's when he told me. And it was obviously life-changing in so many ways. But, you know, I have to tell you, Shannon, I at that moment, I knew what it would mean, but not in the detail of it, but I certainly understood the seriousness and the gravity of the moment. And actually, one of the first people I called was my pastor.
Wow. Okay.
I knew I needed a moment to just be still and for my spirit and my mind to have clarity about the seriousness of the moment and my role. And I'll never forget that call or that moment or that day.
Your life instantaneously changed in that moment.
Yes, it did.
Because now all of a sudden you weren't going to be running, you weren't going to be the VP anymore. You were going to be front and center. And you knew what the undertaking, having been 4 years as the vice president, what that moment would mean.
I had a sense of it, you know, like so many of us, you know, when you this is your life, right? So there are those moments where your instinct kicks in, sometimes before your conscious mind and thoughts do.
Right.
And my instinct kicked in immediately that I need to focus and I need to do certain things immediately, which included making, I think we estimated I made over 100 calls that day.
Mm-hmm.
My team, and I have an incredible team, all came in, and nobody expected, right? It was a Sunday afternoon.
Correct.
In fact, we actually joked who had taken a shower that day. Because, people came in their workout clothes, different people, and, a bandana around their head, just, and came in, and we then, for hours and hours, well into the night.
Did you tell them? Did you tell them why you had summoned them to come to your place? Did you give them that news, or were you waiting for them to get there to share that news with them?
Well, so the news started to, as you can imagine, pretty much immediately, and but of the many blessings that I have and have had, one of them is an incredible team of people around me. You know what that's like, where they're just there, and they will rise to a moment, and no matter how high that moment is, or meaning how serious it is, and what I love, and it's certainly my own work ethic, that there is no job too small or too big, if there's something that needs to get done.
So, although you have a huge role now, what's a typical day like for you now once you've been thrust into this? What time are you normally getting to bed? What time are you getting up? And what's some of the activities that you do in a given day?
I'd probably estimate 14-hour, 15-hour days.
Okay.
When I wake up, no matter how little sleep or how much sleep I've had, I work out every morning.
Okay.
Because it's like mind, body, and spirit, right?
Good job.
And then, and that's the only time of my day I really own. And then it is, these days, it's not unusual for me to be in 3 or even 4 cities in one day. Rallies with thousands of people, 10,000 people showing up. Making calls to folks. Just now I landed in Atlanta, the mayor of Atlanta, who greets me every single time. So I'll talk with elected leaders who are supportive about, so for example, here in Atlanta, what do we need to do to make sure that we're giving folks the resources to knock on doors and remind folks of the power of their voice? And 12 days in, it really is a lot about trying to focus on getting folks to know their power, to not let anybody suppress or silence their voice, and to vote.
Right. So breakfast. What does Madam VP eat for breakfast, or do you have time to, or is it on the go?
No, when I was younger, I didn't think I needed breakfast. I wasn't a breakfast eater.
Okay.
Now I have breakfast every morning. It's usually a spinach omelet. It's not very exciting.
Right.
But it's protein with a little vegetable. And, I like chicken apple sausage and some toast, and then I'm gone.
Madam VP, you're a couple of years older than myself, so we kind of grew up in the 80s. But I'm only 35.
Come on now, I'm your guest.
No, but
Wait, hold on. Get the fuck out of here. Shannon Sharp is only 35? Wait, Shannon Sharp is only 35? Or is this like a joke? Bro, he lied? Okay, he's joking. I was like, what? What? Bruh, what? Okay. It's like one of those where like, I'm only, because women get to a point where they no longer age. Okay, I got you. I was like, what? Okay, I get you. I got you.
816, you're on the line.
Look, it's this Curry, bro. I know you can't fucking be serious. I know they disagree with that. You thought this nigga Shannon Sharp old ass.
No, I did not think he was 35. No, that's why I was like, what's going on here? Something's not right.
Nigga, how you even get confused by that? That nigga clearly just people call him Unc and shit. That nigga played football in the 80s.
I understand. That's why I was like, I don't know why he would say that. But
Fuck
it's a
you
joke.
mean, man?
It's a joke. I get it. It's a joke. Sorry. I was a little behind.
Okay. Also, real quick, pause from the interview, right? I was finna ask you a question earlier, but your line was hotline blinging like Drake in 2019. That's all I was gonna ask you, right? Who do you think is more conservative, you or the current Republican Party?
Oh, me.
Why is that?
Because I am.
No, but I'm saying how so?
Oh,
sure.
I say we get
you
rid
are.
of gay marriage. Don't allow.
Wow.
Don't allow.
God damn. They're going to YouTube.
Don't
channel,
allow
maybe.
anyone of the LGBT to adopt.
Oh yeah, the YouTube channel going. Hey, y'all subscribe to Spider Combat.
But hold on, but I accept the country for where it is right now, and I accept the party for where it is right now. Oh, there's a litany of things I would change, but yeah, absolutely, no, yeah.
So,
but in Minecraft, I mean in
recoverable?
Minecraft, love is love, people. Love is love. But in Minecraft, absolutely.
Okay, in Minecraft.
Yeah, in Lucas Land,
you can't be gay in Minecraft.
Lucas Land things would go very different.
Which I think I just got my answer, man. I don't think the Republican
there
Party
would be
is
no,
recoverable, man.
yeah. None of that would exist.
Ever since Bruce Jenner came out as Caitlyn, talking about I'm for the Republican Party, that shit is gone, man. There is literally no difference. Just one wear red, the other wear blue.
No, it's still different because one party is vehemently and blatantly disliking black people. They can't even fake the funk.
I mean,
the moment when
fair.
you go to
Honestly,
LGBT,
that's kind of crazy.
As a Republican
they
Party,
chose gay niggas over
instead of trying to do outreach with black people, that's crazy hatred. That's crazy
The Republican
hatred.
Party chose women with dicks over niggas.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is wild, man. That is
all
wild.
right. Well,
I can't disrespect them, bro. I can't hate that. They stand on 10.
Yeah, YouTube gonna crack up.
If only black people
YouTube gonna crack down it.
If only black people would stand on 10 like that, we'd be in a different situation, bro. They stood on 10.
Oh man.
We'll take
maybe
the
in the
pussy over
universe,
the Negro. I was like,
maybe we gotta rely on our gay niggas like to enforce the power. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree. Absolutely, they can be utilized like everyone else.
It's crazy, man. It's wicked.
But you're
out
gonna have
here,
to
man.
talk to them because you know
no
and Reggie are the great communicators. So
no, that's Reginald. I'm not a great communicator.
No,
bro.
you a good.
Ty,
great
shut your Asian ass up talking about everybody boo curry in the chat. Shut your Asian ass up, Ty.
Whoa, we need Ty as well, bro. Because when the Chinese take over, who's gonna, we gonna need somebody to talk to them.
You're right. We need Ty for mathematics.
Definitely, Ties are definitely our ace up the sleeve, bro. Like, hold on, we have one of y'all.
75% Chinese talking about boo curry.
Ty, you better fucking speak Chinese or Japanese, wherever the fuck you are.
That nigga
and tell them we come in peace. Tell them we come in peace, and that the TV isn't real, bro. What they see on TV isn't real. If not, then used to us, Ty. Just so you clear, you just another Negro. We had plenty of those.
Hey man. Also, I'm gonna be real. Just so I know you just 8 minutes into this interview and shit like that, right? Thai, Chinese, MP, I don't give a goddamn. That nigga's over there in the continent, okay?
He's won the Eases. Eases is fine.
Yeah, exactly. He won the
Japanese, the Eases, yeah. As long as we got an Eases, in the team, we good.
Right, exactly.
It's like an Avengers, bro. We need a Hulk, we need a Spider-Man, we need an Iron Man.
The point is the nigga is black and needs.
Exactly.
Now, all I was gonna say is, so far from what I've seen of the interview and shit like that, I do not think that this is any benefit to Kamala Harris.
None whatsoever, ever, bro. None
especially
bro.
with this being 10 days out. You already would have to.
She just does not
open.
have a personality, bro. She's just fucking dry. I don't know what it is. Maybe that truly may be just who she is. She's just fucking dry. I think the best moment of this interview was honestly, I mean, think about it. They used like the part of the first few minutes as like the intro to the show. That goes to show you that it doesn't get better from.
How do you do a cold?
It doesn't get better here.
How do you do that?
Yeah, I think the funniest part was her saying, thank you. I'm your guest, right? Like she has little.
I'm sorry, I've seen the interview. What nigga?
What?
Niggas talking about we ain't seen the interview. How can we have this conversation? Do y'all niggas wait on Lucas day in and day out?
Usually what happens, well, even with any type of interview or video, you usually do like the most fiery, spicy moments or funniest moments in the beginning to as a hook. They did a hook that was 3 minutes into the fucking interview, so that's not a good sign. Anytime you watch
we can't blame that on Unc old ass. but all I know is that his team knows better than that. So if that's the best that they got, it is what it,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
also
just
these
praying
questions are
because
fucking dry too. They're not really personality questions. They're like, political questions.
I mean that's how I don't know if you've seen any of Club Shay Shay podcast.
Yeah.
For real, the only ones that pop off
The Cat
is
Williams
where
one was fire.
the interviewee, right? But that's because Cat Williams was directing the conversation. If we keep it in the buck.
Well, he was a little more engaging and expressive.
Exactly.
And then the questions were
Exactly,
also there was a little more leeway for him to have that freedom though.
That's fair. But this is all I'm gonna say, right?
You just have to know who you're interviewing. Someone like this, you would have to ask her, what are some, favorite movies, like yada yada, something like that. You have to ask her entertaining questions. She's not gonna make the question
I don't know.
entertaining.
I feel like Kamala gonna say some goofy shit like The Room and shit like that.
Yeah, something. There are people who like The Room, so at least give us something, right?
Ironically, they ironically like The Room. No nigga ever watched The Room is like, man, that's a good film. Like I love the. Come on, Lucas.
Whatever it is, let her say the
Niggas
Notebook. I
saying
don't
Friday
care if
and
she
shit.
says.
Kamala don't watch no damn Friday,
Yeah, that
bro.
would be a little too on the nose. Let her say Avengers or
If I
The
said hey Miss Parker to exactly.
Just something. That's all.
This all I'm gonna say, man. I feel like the world, regardless of how the election turn out, if she win or not, I feel like it's gonna be scary, man.
No,
Just given
I don't think so.
how Trump supporters, you don't.
I think it may be.
So,
I think it'll be. No, that's a lie. No, I think it will be scary moving
So
forward.
you're betting. I'm about to say you're betting on Kamala to win, but you don't think the outcome's gonna be all right.
No, I
fair
think
enough.
it'll subside after a
So
while. But I think if she doesn't win, I think that's what'll be scary because it'll show that he is now the party because he won't go anywhere if he wins. And
Yeah.
I don't think a majority of Republicans really are down for what he's putting out. Because I think he's embarrassing a lot of the party. Especially the mofos
I
who were
don't
there
know,
before
man.
him.
The party gonna go shame. Maybe the people in positions of power trying to return to normalcy, but I feel like the base, them niggas is all for that fuck shit, man. But let me get off the line because clearly your chat is butthurt and they ain't see the interview before you. I get it. I understand. All these other callers called in on bullshit. But when Curry saying valid shit, oh, Curry, get off the phone. I get it, man. So, Lucas, enjoy the interview. It's shit.
All right.
And peace out.
All right. Bet. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. All right. Boo Curry. Lordy, lordy. Say it in your native tongue, Ty. Say it in your native tongue.
But you only 30. But we grew up.
But just keep moving, because I'm gonna give you a shovel in a minute.
I see. You won't let it go. Dang. We could have just moved on past that real quick, but you drew attention to it. But we grew up in the 70s when music went in fire. Ohio players.
Oh yes, fire. Come on.
Oh, you were like fire.
Come on.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun,
Yes.
dun, 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 dun.
Yes. What do you listen to now?
Oh, I wish I were listening to more music, to be honest with you, because I love it. Just, but
you don't
when
have downtime, like when you have downtime.
I don't have any downtime really. I know my little violin I'm playing right now with you. I really don't. But when I love jazz.
Mm-hmm.
If it's from Thelonious Monk to Miles Davis. I love Aretha. I was just with Stevie.
Right.
Stevie's, can I tell you?
Yes, you can.
Bucket list. Stevie Wonder on my birthday sang me happy birthday.
Happy
birthday to me.
Oh my.
Can you imagine?
No.
I was literally, it was surreal. Can you, a bucket list moment when Stevie Wonder himself sings you happy birthday?
As an 18-year-old,
Yeah.
could you imagine your life would have been like this?
Never.
This many years
Never.
later?
And let me tell you, my mother she had every Stevie and every Aretha Franklin record, every album, like literally every one of them. So songs in the Key of Life, like all those Stevie songs that were about everything from the movement to optimism. I would have never, at 18, thought that he'd be singing me happy birthday. Ever. Never.
That's the least, but obviously everybody knows who Stevie is. He was a child prodigy, 13 years old, and he was doing great things. But to see, Madam VP, what you've been able to do, you've had so many firsts. The first woman attorney general, African-American, Asian-American descent. You was the DA of San Francisco. You were the first Indian-American U.S. senator.
And second black woman ever in the history of the United States Senate elected. Second in the history of the United States Senate.
Have you had an opportunity to sit back and reflect and say, wow, but work is not yet done?
That's more where I am. The work is not done. The work is not yet done. There's so much to do. To your point, being in the Senate, there is a weight of responsibility that I know we all feel, right? When we have been blessed with an experience that allows us to be a role model.
Great.
And to hopefully inspire people and to remind them of what's important or point out the things that need to be addressed. So, for example, as only the second black woman elected to the United States Senate, I took on a real role of leadership around black maternal mortality.
Okay.
Which affects black women and affects their spouses, their husbands, their families, their children. And I feel a sense of responsibility and a very strong...
Yeah, his shit is a little too tight, bro. That's just... Someone say his trousers too tight. Yeah, all of his shit is just a little too tight, a little too snug, bro. Just a little too snug for my liking. Right, ain't nothing wrong getting tailored, bro. You got a little muscle, you got some muscle, understandable. It's just you gotta let it breathe, bro. They look like they've been, got them in a freaking chokehold.
Strong duty to make sure that I use my voice and in a way that is about lifting up people who have not always been in the room.
Hello, America. Mr. States and Shape stepped out for some Black Ops 6, but I'm
When
here
did he become the face of Black Ops?
as his replacer. Let's start with Texas, shall we?
Very interesting.
If you could speak to your 18-year-old
Let's go to 1.5.
self, what would you tell her?
1.5.
If I could speak to my 18-year-old self, I would probably tell her, continue to keep your friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
What?
Yes.
Nobody the first grade is best friend?
Yes. In fact, she's been out knocking on doors in North Carolina just this last week for me. I would say, hold on to that, which is your friends are so important. Your family is so important. I would probably encourage myself at 18 to remember that you have a lot of people who are supporting you, even if they don't know you. That's what I mentor a lot of people, Shannon. So this is what I'm really reflecting on, which is what I tell the young people I mentor, including to know that even when you are in that room and you're the only one who looks like you or who has had your life experience, to know you are not alone in that room, and that you must therefore walk in that room, chin up, shoulders back, knowing we're all there applauding you.
Really, since
When I mentor
BO2? That's
young women and
wild.
men, I remind them that you are often going to be
Black Ops
told,
2? I remember seeing his face. I just didn't know he's been with us for this long.
it's not your time, not your turn. You're too young. Nobody like you has done this before. And I tell them, don't you ever listen to that. I like to say, I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear no. You ask me what I eat for breakfast? I eat no for breakfast. I don't hear it.
Right.
And that's part of what are my life lessons that I try to share with young people, to remind them that you cannot ever be burdened by other people's limited ability to understand who you are. Like, don't let their limited ability burden you about your own ability, Okay.
Madam VP, you were raised by a single mom. What did that experience tell you about your mom, and what did it tell you about you?
Well, it told me that one of the things that is precious is to build community and family. Like my
What do they
mother,
tell you about you when they tell you
she
about-
understood that there is a community that she wanted her children to be raised in. And she was very intentional and purposeful about that. And so I always say to people, even when I took the stage as the nominee for the Democratic nomination, that, there is the family that you have by birth, and there is also the family you have by love. And they're equally family, right? And I learned that from my mother. So my mother, I had all these aunties and uncles. My Uncle Sherman, who was one of the first black men to graduate from Berkeley School of Law, who, when we were young girls, sat us down and taught us how to play chess. Because Uncle Sherman said, you need to understand how the chessboard works, because that's the way the world works. There are going to be different players with different moves, and you need to see the whole board. My mother raised us around, like my Auntie Chris, who went to Howard in the 50s and pledged Alpha Kappa Alpha. And she was one of my incredible role models growing up. And that was one of the big reasons I wanted to go to Howard University and pledge Alpha Kappa Alpha. Those are some of the lessons that I've learned from my mother. And I try to also share with people, right? Which is the beauty of community. And it's the way I am, right? Which is, the children in my life, whether they be my own or, my godchildren or whomever, right? That it's a collective responsibility that we have.
Did you know you were different? I mean, were there a lot of people in the community that looked like you or like your mom? Or did your mom tell you were different?
Well, my mother taught us to, and everyone in my growing up, they would tell all of us kids that we were special. Okay. I don't think we were particularly special.
Right.
But they told us we were, and we believed them.
Yes.
We believed them. I think that's such an important part of what we can all do for the children and the children in our lives. And, but my mother raised two black girls to be proud black women. Back to music, one of the soundtracks from my childhood was, You Are Young, Gifted, and Black. And that's what it was.
Everybody, calm down. Calm down.
I'll get the phone number later. And we're back, America. Your moderators, they got a hankering for Call of Duty. They're off playing Black Ops 6. Scrap this shit. What is democracy?
How much do you think he's making?
See, without feedback. And without some freebies. Here comes some free t-shirts. Woo! 3-pointer.
You lost your mom to cancer.
Yeah.
You were very close to your mom.
Oh, man, the whiplash. Here comes the freebie. So you lost your mom to cancer.
Mom, because you was a single parent, and that was pretty much what you had, although you had a community to help raise you.
Yes.
How did you cope with that loss?
Grief is difficult. It's difficult. There are two sides to the coin about when you have relationships in your life that touch you deeply, and then to lose that person, it leaves a big void, right? That's the two sides. And I think that part of what, I was just talking about this, but the big part about grief is, especially if you lose somebody to a sickness, to an illness, I think it's really important that you try to remember them as they lived and not as they died.
Right.
Because I think that's how they'd want us to remember them, but also to remember their suffering, which hopefully was a fraction of their time on this earth, is to compound the grief in a way that I think it adds to the pain. And what they'd want is that their active memory, that our active memory of them is about when they were vibrant and alive. So
let's get into things that will change what will happen if you were to become president, say in the next 12 to 13 days. Polls suggest that voters trust President Trump, former President Trump, more on the economy. What can you tell the voters, our viewing audience, our listening audience, that if you were to become president, wow, Madam VP Kamala Harris will be much better on the economy than what President Trump was?
Well, so I'm really glad you brought that up, Shannon. So first of all, let's clear up certain myths.
Okay.
You know those checks that went out?
Yes, those stimmies.
Right. Right.
Stimulus check.
Yeah, I know. Well, right. Yes.
We got to be stimulus, but they call them stimmies. Okay.
The reason those came about is because there was a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives and Congress. People like Maxine Waters, people like Hakeem Jeffries, right?
Yes.
Who did the work of pushing to say, people need help right now and we need to send out checks. There was a whole lot of opposition to it, including from Donald Trump's White House.
Yes, even him. I think he was
And
resistant to
him,
it first.
yes. That's why those checks, remember, Congress holds the purse.
Yes.
My dear, I believe the question was, what are you going to do different? Was that not the question? Or am I tripping? Was that not the question, or am I tripping? Because it sounded like she redirected the question to STEMI checks. I could be crazy.
So really, Congress wrote those checks, but then Donald Trump, unlike any president before or after, decided he put his name on those checks.
So therefore, people thought
Donald Trump gave me that check. And so let's clear that up first and foremost.
Okay.
But let's also deal with where he was in terms of his policies on the economy. He gave the
Ain't nobody asked you about motherfucking Donald Trump. Nobody asked you about Donald Trump. What the hell does Donald Trump have to do with you are going to do during your presidency? But okay.
biggest tax cuts for billionaires and the biggest corporations, which caused an incredible deficit. He tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which we also call Obamacare, which benefited so many people, including, and in particular, black people in America who otherwise were denied by the insurance companies health coverage because of pre-existing conditions.
Girl, how the fuck do you not have an answer to this question? How do you not have an answer? She may have an answer, right? But what she does is she answers the question last. I've talked about this before. She needs to answer the question first, then tell us everything about Donald Trump. Because if you don't do that, it makes it seem as if you're obfuscating, right? It makes it seem that you're avoiding the question.
Yes, that's most important. Let the people know.
Right.
With an Affordable Care Act, if you have a pre-existing condition, insurance companies can no longer deny you coverage.
That's exactly right. And if you think about what that means in the context of also knowing the big health disparities we have in the black community, and how more likely, therefore, black folks might be to have pre-existing conditions.
Blood pressure, diabetes,
all of
certain
that.
cancers.
All of that.
Yes.
Asthma for our children.
Yes. Sickle cell trait.
It's all of that. So by getting rid of the pre-existing condition ban, what that did, but he wanted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
What we have done, and part of my policies going forward include what we need to do to not only retain the cap that we got on insulin at $35 a month for seniors. By the way, black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes.
Correct.
He wants to get rid of it with that Project 2025. Everybody needs to check that out. What he would do to get rid of Social Security, or at least raise the age to 70, so you'd have to work to 70 to be able to qualify.
Right.
Get rid of Medicare, get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And that's just on health policy, not to mention bringing back not only tax cuts for the richest people, but what he would do that is about eliminating or reducing the ability of corporations to be required to pay overtime. Overtime pay.
So you could work, and the corporations wouldn't have to pay you for it.
For overtime.
Who work for free?
That's right. And overtime means you are actually working a longer day, which means you are more tired,
right.
Which means it requires more exertion. That's why we have overtime pay. So you don't take advantage of workers. In addition to all of that, we're looking at Donald Trump, basically somebody who has never been.
Once again, what does this got to do with you? What does this got to do with you?
Understanding of the issues that affect the community about disparities. And I'm going to talk, for example, about how when he was a landlord, he denied rent to black families. You look at what he did in terms of taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times against the Central Park Five, which were a bunch of, they're not young adults, they were teenagers. Black and brown teenagers took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for their execution for crimes they did not commit. They were innocent. Donald Trump, who said of the first black president of the United States, the birtherism, to have people question whether he was born in the United States to try and diminish. And then most recently, you look in this very election, legal black immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, saying they're eating their pets. So so part of what we have to help people understand is don't think you're in Donald Trump's club. You're not.
Right.
He's not going to be thinking about you. You think he's having you over for dinner? You think that when he's with his buddies, his billionaire buddies, he's thinking about what we need to do to deal with addressing, for example, my work around what I'm doing to address disparities in black men's health, around colon cancer, around what we need to do around screenings, what we need to do around prostate cancer. Black men are twice as likely to have, and screenings, what we need to do to address.
I'm a survivor of prostate cancer.
Right. You know what I'm talking about.
Go James and the Lakers are back putting on a show, and you know I got to get the best deal on tickets. That's why I need to tell you about my sponsor, SeatGeek. With over 28 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. There are more than 70,000 events on SeatGeek, including concerts, sports, festivals, and more sports. I'm excited to go see the Lakers dominate the Sixers at the Crib. They put all their tickets across the web in one place to make sure you're getting a good deal. Each ticket is rated on a scale of 1 to 10. So look for the green dots. Green means good, red means bad. And you know I came through for you guys. Use my code Shay Shay for $20 off tickets at SeatGeek. That's $20 off your first purchase with promo code Shay Shay. Would you want to touch on some specific things you would like to do to keep it, because the economy seems to be heading in the right direction, but the inflation, gas prices are extremely high, groceries are extremely high. This rent, I mean, it used to be when I was renting, they moved the rent up $40.
Did she answer the question? All I heard was something about addressing black men's health. That's all I heard, bro. That's all I heard. She didn't say anything else.
a year. Not even moving up 400.
So let's talk about that. I'm glad you raised that. So for example, groceries, yes, the prices are still too high. You know what I know it.
Yeah.
Part of my plan is to deal with price gouging. I did it when I was Attorney General. I'm going to do it as President, which is these companies that will jack up the prices of groceries to take advantage of people in need, and in particular during a crisis, like what you see around the pandemic or Hurricane Helene.
Yes. Milton.
Right?
Yes.
Milton, right? So there's that. In terms of housing, first of all, we know that black families are 40% less likely to own their home. And we can go back to redlining. We can go back to policies that were by law or practice meant to not give black folks equal opportunity to home ownership, especially in certain neighborhoods. We can go back to what happened around the GI Bill.
Yeah.
And when all those, the great generation we call them, came back, and there was federal policy to say, you all fought for our country. We're going to give you a boost around helping you buy homes. But those black servicemen, and it was mostly men, those black servicemen did not. So you had then a time when there was a boost for, it ended up being not for black service members. So part of my policy is to, one, create a fund so that we will give a $25,000 down payment to first-time homeowners to just help people get in the door. We will deal with the rent issue, because part of what we're seeing in Atlanta, in places across our country, is these corporations are buying up all these properties, which means then that they don't have to deal with competition between the properties, and they're jacking up rent costs. So it's about also going after that corporate gouging around what they're doing to buy up and then jack up the prices of rent. We also need to help people with small business ownership. I did, even before I was running for president, a tour, I called it the Opportunity Economy Tour, focused on black men and black entrepreneurs. What we know is, unlike Donald Trump, who got $400 million handed to him practically on a silver platter, and by the way, Shannon filed for bankruptcy 6 times. Everybody wants to say he's a great businessman. Take a look at his record.
Okay.
I know that so many of our entrepreneurs who have great ideas don't have access to capital, but they have serious work ethic, great ideas, and a plan to do the work. So part of my plan is to increase access to capital, including giving $20,000 forgivable loans for startup capital for people to buy the equipment.
Right.
And then to change the tax deduction, so whereas it is now $5,000, to make it $50,000 to start a new business, because nobody can start a new business on $5,000. And the direct benefit, when we're looking at black entrepreneurs, is profound. And all it is about saying this: Americans in general, regardless of their race or gender, we have ambition, we have aspirations, we have dreams, but not everyone has access to the opportunity that lets them actually accomplish that.
One thing I will say, $50K for a new business, best believe I'm going to be there, bro. I'm going to be in line, bro. I'm like, listen, I already got a proof of concept. It's called Spider Combat. It's a video game business. Yeah, best believe I'm gonna be the first person in line. Like, yeah, y'all behind me. Y'all behind me. Best believe I'm gonna be there, bro. I'm gonna be there. We're gonna find out what's up. We are definitely gonna find out what's up. Because I think a lot of black people don't take advantage of what's out there already. Because there's a bunch of fucking, minority people of color, all that shit. Take advantage of that shit, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Genuinely, what are you doing? Take advantage of all of that shit. All of it, bro. Because I've noticed I haven't done any of that, bro. To be honest with you, I haven't looked into, even when it comes to, buying a house or anything. I'm sure there was probably, grants or fucking things that were for black people or owning businesses or getting a house the first time and all that. We got to look into that, bro. We got to stop being so pompous or ignorant and actually look into that shit and take advantage of it. Because if you don't, everyone else will. Everyone else will, bro. Best believe everyone else will, okay? Everyone else will. Absolutely. So, absolutely, you want to do minority of color? Okay, fine. People of color, minority, whatever. That goes 2 ways, bro. That goes both ways, fam. I'm going to have my black ass fill out the paperwork as well. I'm going to have my black butt fill out the paperwork as well.
I want to increase access to opportunity.
Listen, unfortunately, I've gone viral a few times, but I've never gone viral for GLP-1s for weight loss. So you probably heard about the once weekly shot that can help you lose an average of 20% of your weight in a year when combined with diet and exercise. But you also may have heard that out-of-pocket costs can be huge, and figuring out insurance coverage is...
Mofo, have you taken this? A shot to lose weight? What?
Wild. Now Ro's making it easier to see if you're covered for GLP-1s to help you get the best price out there. Want to hear my favorite part?
I'm gonna start taking ads, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna start responding to these companies who keep on asking.
They'll check for free. Yep, it won't cost you a dime to find out if your insurance will cover GLP-1s. 100,000 members and counting have trusted Ro to check their coverage and get the meds at the best price possible, depending on their insurance plan. Just submit your insurance card, and Ro will create a personal insurance coverage report so you can understand your options. Go to ro.co/Shannon for your free insurance coverage report. That's ro.co/Shannon. Start losing weight sooner with GLP-1s through Ro. Madam VP, if you were to become president, what measures would you put in place to make sure Social Security benefits continue because there are reports that it could possibly be depleted by 2033. And there are estimated that 11,000 people turn at least 65 years of age every single day.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to make sure, because that, people, disability, retirement, survivors with beneficiaries, what are you going to do to make sure that that continues?
So, Shannon, to your point, there was an independent economic review of Donald Trump's plan, which shows that Social Security in the next 6 years would be insolvent under his plan, meaning that it would not be able to pay out what hardworking people who deserve dignity in their retirement deserve. And as you and I both know, there are a lot of our seniors who their only source of income is that Social Security check, right? If they're the only way they're going to pay the rent or have food on the table. So my plan is about doing what we need to do to put the resources back into Social Security, but also expanding it. Because here's part of the problem with Social Security is that for our aging seniors, if they are a couple, for example, and one of the spouses passes, that cuts their Social Security benefits almost in half. So part of my plan is to reconfigure it so that that surviving spouse does not then have a crisis where they've already lost their loved one. But we also just have to understand on a macro level, we've got to require that billionaires and corporations pay their fair share, right? They can afford to. And that's part of what is the difference between me and Donald Trump. My plan is about tax cuts for small businesses, for working people, for middle class people. 100 million Americans will benefit around tax cuts. My plan is that no taxes will be raised for anybody making less than $400,000 a year. My plan is that we give young parents a $6,000 child tax credit to help them pay for child care.
What was the question? Was the question about Social Security? Wasn't the question about Social Security? I mean, I heard about how she wants to have, to expand Medicaid, I believe. Okay. And then to give a tax cut or a tax break on having people, watch elderly, like the people who watch the elderly. Okay. That's good. That's great. But I don't see where it links to Social Security. That's all.
A crib or a car seat, because you and I both know the vast majority of our young parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources. And back to the way I was raised, I know.
I mean, these are all good things. I'm not knocking it. It's just they're not germane to the question that was posed to her. That's all. Are you planning on playing Black Ops 6? Yeah. I have to turn on my Xbox and then I have to find my Xbox controller because I can't play if my LB is messed up. And then I was looking into, well, why don't I just replace the LB button? But then I have to take apart this and replace it. And I'm like, I'm not doing all that. I'm not taking apart this controller just to replace the button. When I have another Xbox 360 controller, I'll just use that one instead. But I'll be playing the campaign on the animation channel. I may even do it after this. I always at least play the campaigns.
That
because the campaigns are usually freaking A tier. Like
the children of the community are the children of the community. That you and I will benefit from that young family having the resources they need. So it's about all of us benefiting, but it's a state of mind and it's a perspective. Mine is about thinking about the challenges people face and getting them help. Donald Trump is full-time focused on himself. You watch his rallies. He will spend full time talking about, I was going to say Freddy Krueger, Hannibal Lecter. Might as well be Freddy Krueger. Hannibal Lecter. He'll spend full time talking about his grievances, about what everyone has done to him. He'll talk about himself, but he does not talk about the American people. He does not talk about what he's going to do for middle class. He does not talk about what he's going to do for families, for working people. And we're 12 days out. This is probably one of the most serious elections that we have faced in our lifetime. My perspective, and I will be the kind of president who spends full time focused on the needs of the people. That has been my career. I have spent my whole career as a public servant trying to uplift the condition of...
You like COD Zombies modes? Yeah, we used to play with the GC and everything. Absolutely.
Other people knowing what is possible and doing it with a sense of optimism. On January 20th, a new president is going into the White House. Period. A new president is going into the White House. Do you want to look at the Oval Office and see a Donald Trump who's going to be sitting there filling out his enemies list, spending full time figuring out retribution and revenge, or looking at the Oval Office and knowing you have a president in there who's creating a to-do list that's about what to do to help the American people?
So raising minimum age of Social Security, that's not on the table for you.
Touche, Shannon Sharp. Touche. This man went right back to the question. So the question I was asking was Social Security.
Of Social Security, that's not on the table.
What to do to help the American people?
That was funny.
So raising minimum age of Social Security, that's not on the table for you.
No. Look, people work hard all their lives. And they deserve to be able to retire with dignity. I'll tell you how I come at this. I come at it from a number of perspectives, including thinking about how I was raised in terms of how you take care of the elders, right? I think about it in terms of taking care of my mother when she was sick and dying from cancer.
I'm not
So one of
knocking that, I
my
agree.
policies, for example, is to help Medicare pay for home health care for seniors. Why? Because, look, I did it, and it means, trying to cook for an elder, to make something they feel like eating, right? To help them put on a sweater. And we have so many people who are in the sandwich generation. They're raising their young kids and taking care of their parents. And either they have to deplete their savings to qualify for Medicaid, right? To be able to help pay for home health care, or they have to quit their job to do the work of taking care of their kids and their parent. And I just believe that's not right. That we should have policies that give people dignity, especially our seniors. So my plan is Medicare pays for home health care. And no, I would not raise the age of eligibility for Social Security, because the same thing. We shouldn't force people to work until they're 70 in order to retire and have a moment to just enjoy their life and not worry about how they're going to pay their rent.
Is Medicare for all a priority for you?
What is a priority for me is making sure that access to health care is a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. That's why I am in favor of and have pushed and...
She triggered a lot of people with that. He said, is Medicare for all a priority to you? No. She triggered a lot of people, bro. A lot of lefties. A lot of lefties got triggered by that. Not even gonna lie. A lot of lefties. Because they're the ones, well, I won't say lefties, maybe progressives.
Medicare for all a priority for you?
What is a priority for me is making sure that access to health care is a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. That's why I am in favor of and have pushed and been a leader on capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month. And why I intend to allow Medicare to actually negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication for everybody. That's why I have fought for what we need to do around making sure Medicare covers senior care. Access to health care should not be a question of how much money you have in your back pocket. That's just not right. And I feel strongly about that.
Blacks for Trump. They feel that Trump is better for the black community. Can you explain Donald Trump's history with blacks? Where did this come that all of a sudden, I mean, it's been like this because a lot of people used to say, I'm Donald Trump of the ghetto, because he was, I mean, for a lot of blacks, not all, but for some blacks, he was, Madam VP, whether we want to admit it or not, he's revered by some blacks.
How's she
But here's the thing.
answer that?
The question for everybody, should he be president of the United States?
Okay.
Right? That's the question. Should he have the ability to sit behind the seal of the President of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States? You know what that would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure. Your Fifth Amendment right. Your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
Well, a lot of rights going to be gone. The First Amendment.
But the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Look, I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away. He wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States. He is the same one, like I said earlier, who denied rent to black families, who took out that full-page ad in the New York Times calling for
Now, will it happen? No. But can he use executive order to erode away the Constitution if that's what they want to argue? Yes, absolutely.
the execution of those children who birtherism accusations against the first black president. Not to mention please ask folks to Google Project 2025.
Yeah.
He would get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin. We know how many of our seniors had it. I'll give you another example of why Donald Trump has not earned the support of folks to be president of the United States again. When he was president the last time, during the height of COVID, 1 in 3 black Americans knew somebody who died from COVID. You remember those days?
I do.
And people couldn't get their hands on a COVID test? At that very same time, Donald Trump as president secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. While Americans were dying every day, he has not earned the right to be president of the United States.
Also, we got to do an ad break here on the channel, bro. If you haven't joined the Patreon for Spider Combat, do it now. Join the Patreon or become a member, bro. We have zero members right now. Well, actually, that's not true. We had a few members that joined this this live stream. We just started the thing late.
It's one thing if he has a television show that's very popular.
Support black
He can put his name
business.
on a building. Even though we all know he was not a terribly good businessman, which is why he filed for bankruptcy 6 times. But that is one thing. To be president of the United States means to try and find common ground, to build consensus, to lift up the American people instead of trying to beat people down all the time.
No, we don't have over 400 here and only 200 likes. Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know why you tried to hold me.
It means solving problems, which means you have to be able to get out of your own head and scan, to be concerned about the well-being of other people and then do something about it. Does anyone think Donald Trump thinks that way?
Yeah, well, empathy requires you to divorce your own ego to see yourself as someone else.
That's exactly right. And we know that's not his character. So it's about, is this the right person for that job, right?
He said immigrants are...
Okay, but here's the thing. It's not about whether or not he's the right person for the job. It has to do with whether or not if you're the better person for the job. Because if they're already for Trump, then they already think he's the right person for the job. You're supposed to be like, well, I understand you may believe that. Let me tell you why I'm better. Let me tell you why I understand you're voting for him. Let me tell you why you should vote for me instead. What are we talking about? Why would you ask a group of people who are already supporting Trump, do you believe he's the right person for the job? Duh. Oh, man, this is really one of those anybody but Trump. If we're going to be honest, if we're going to be fucking honest here, this is really one of those anybody but Trump, bro. This is very much anybody but Trump. When she wins, this is very much anybody but Trump. Because during her 4 years, if she even sneezes wrong, all right? If she even sneezes wrong, bitch, we didn't like you to begin with. Okay, we didn't like that nigga. Okay, we didn't like him more than you, but we weren't fucking with you like that anyway. Just to be honest. Just to be honest. So if they do an open, if they get somebody to run against her or something, she gonna be sweating. She will lose her job, bro. She will lose her job to a Republican because Trump won't run again. He already said that. But once again, Trump lies all the time. But who the fuck is gonna be running at like 80-something years old? That's wild. But she will lose her fucking job, bro. If we gonna be honest, like you like the last girl at the bar, all right? Don't get too arrogant with it, boo. You were just the last girl at the bar. If I had to choose, it would have been her, but she left.
802. You're on the line.
Yes, brother. I just want to give my little statement from a calm, cool, collective standpoint. Now, when it comes to the Trump situation, I just look at it from a business standpoint. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I mean by business, okay, I'm looking back and seeing the 4 years. Okay, just 4 years as a Black American, 4 years. I see in 4 years before Kamala Harris got in office, it wasn't the best underneath Trump. You had the Nazi people walking down Charlottesville. You had all that, George Floyd incident. Yeah, we had all that. But my main focus is on taking care of my family. I can care about your rhetoric because I deal with racism every day as a Black man, no matter if it's at the job, no matter if I walk down the street. I deal with racism, so I don't care about Trump, quote unquote, rhetoric. What I care about was his 1% interest rate. Inflation rate. What I cared about, I had more money in my pocket because I'm a business owner. So when I'm dealing with my business, I sell books for a living. So under Trump, I was making more money, bro. I'm selling way more books and all that. Under Biden, I can't sell it. Why? Because of his Inflation Act that caused Americans to not be able to have much money in their pockets, so they had to spend more money on their needs and not wants. And that cost me. Not only did that cost me, before Trump got in office, Nancy Pelosi and Biden said, I will not make the vaccine mandatory. I will not do that. They got in office, they made it mandatory. You know how many people lost their jobs, bro? People got slaughtered from their job all because they want to practice not taking something that just thrown at them. Okay? That's 2 instances. Now let's go to 3. The immigration crisis that they have created because they don't like Trump per se. Because I don't think it was, quote unquote, the Biden administration. I think, all of them got puppets. They got the higher up. But if they wouldn't remove Trump policy, stay in Mexico, we would not have this immigration crisis that we have today. I don't see no white American, Chinese American, Japanese American, Hindu American, Black American, because I want to put our last so everybody can understand what I'm saying. None of us got the $1,400 a month. None of us got the food stamps that we need, because I believe everybody should deserve food stamps right now with these food prices. But they can bring these illegals in, both sides, because the Republicans too. But one thing about the Republicans, they did not give them resources. You get here, you make your own way, bam. They ain't put them in luxury while Black Americans on the street, while white Americans on the street, Asians and the like. Now let's go to 4. I am godly. I am a godly individual. I'm not perfect, but I am godly. I believe putting my vote down for Kamala Harris, knowing that you is a genocide enabler, will be a judgment on me. And I refuse that. Now, when we go back and Trump, now I'm not no Trump supporter. I'm a policy supporter. Policy. I'm not no emotional individual, just policy. And just going back on those policy alone in the last 4 years, the Biden and Harris administration has bankrupted all Americans. Not only food prices, gas prices, we can't even afford houses now. Look at how much it costs to get, it was high under Trump, don't get it wrong, still crazy. $1,600 was the average to purchase a home per month on a 30-year mortgage. It's $2,700 now. Look how much used car prices went up under the Biden administration versus the Trump administration. We're doing economics. We're not doing no emotions. This is not no sexism. If Nina Turner was the Democrat nominee and her policies, I will be voting for Nina Turner. However, Kamala Harris is nothing but a puppet. She got an office from Willie Brown, and through the likes of her little network that she's got, and who really put her where she at is the Zionists, because they know she's nobody. They know she's going to do their bidding. So what I'm trying to get people to truly understand is, why is people upset with Black Americans that saying, look, okay, we've been voting for this party for 60 years. They ain't been giving us nothing. Why can't we sit on the couch? Why can't we go to Jill Stein? Or we can say, well, hell, I was with Trump for 4 years and all that put me in chains and all that never happened. So why can't I vote for Trump? So what I'm asking you, my brother, what is truly, after what I explained, what is so bad about Trump?
Nothing. You got it, man.
I appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening.
You as well. Let's continue.
Taking black jobs. I don't know what those black jobs that they're taking. Can you elaborate on that? What the immigrants are taking? What black jobs are they?
Well, it's just another example of him trying to divide and him trying to scare people. It's just another example of him doing that, of him trying to say it's either you or them, right? Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that it's incredibly demeaning because, and he still has not been forced to define, Donald Trump, what do you define as a black job? Because let me tell you what I define as a black job. Vice President of the United States.
That's a good one.
Right?
It is. I don't know about the pay, but it's a good job to have.
Well, you know, not everybody is Shannon Sharp.
No, but you know what I want to ask? You've been in basically your adult life. You've been a public servant.
Yes, I have.
You've been AG.
My whole adult life.
You've been a DA. Yeah. You've been a senator. You've been VP. Is that what you envision? Is that what you always wanted to be, was a public servant?
I've always wanted to serve. You know, I was raised, I mean, back to however you were raised, in the community in which you were raised, including the church in which you were raised, I have always believed that it is an important pursuit to figure out how you can serve. And we can do it in different ways, right? I chose public service. You chose a different route, but it's about service. And I've only had one client my entire life, the people. And the reason I keep doing it is because I know the difference that I and we can make when we believe in what is possible and then work hard at it. And my pledge in this campaign to everyone, regardless of who you are, where you live, what you look like, I will be a president for all Americans. And I will work to bring our country back together because, frankly, I think people are exhausted with the anger, with the hate, with the division, the attempt to have Americans pointing their fingers at each other. I think people are exhausted. It's not healthy for the productivity of our country. Like, do we want to strive? Do we want to thrive? Or do we want to spend full time with vengeance, demeaning other people? And living a life of service is about, I think, the importance of lifting people up, not tearing them down.
My team here at Shay Shay Media is always growing and making moves.
Right.
Sometimes it's a challenge to find qualified candidates, especially when I need them right away. Thankfully, there's a place you can go for help. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter does the work for you to make hiring fast and easy. And right now, you can try for free at ZipRecruiter.
Has anyone ever used ZipRecruiter? I'm just curious. Has anyone ever used ZipRecruiter to actually hire somebody?
ZipRecruiter.com/Shay Shay. ZipRecruiter's smart technology will start showing your job to qualified candidates immediately. And ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent, so you don't waste time or money finding the right candidates. You can invite top candidates for your job to apply to encourage them to apply sooner. Experience faster, easier hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get quality candidates within the first day. See for yourself. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Shay Shay right now to try for free. That's the same price as a genuine smile from a stranger, a picture-perfect sunset, or even a cute dog running up to you and licking your hand. Try for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Shay Shay. Again, that's
Even a cute dog licking your hand? Ain't no way the script says that.
ZipRecruiter.com/Shay Shay. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. I've read some blacks say the problem that they have to you is that you're making political promises and that you're just pandering. The problem that I have with that, it just seems like only black people pander. Like when other candidates go on shows and they say they're going to do this, they're not pandering.
Exactly.
They're telling you, laying out their elaborate plan on what they're going to do. But it seems to you, when you promise that if I'm president, this is what I'm going to do in the first 90 days. This is what I'm going to do. My administration is going to do while I'm in office. You're pandering. How do you get through to those that says, look, this is what I'm going to do. If I'm elected president, these are the policies, and they will lead to meaningful and impactful change.
Well, part of it is just to be candid. I think that there's sadly a misinformation out there about who I am and what I've done, because if people are informed about fact, they will know that almost everything that I'm talking about doing as president is built on a foundation of work that I've been doing for years. If it is about economic empowerment of the black community and all communities, I've been working on that. As vice president, I am responsible for billions of dollars from big banks and big corporations, including technology companies, getting into community banks to increase access to capital for minority-owned and other small businesses. If you look at my work over a period of years, my focus again on something like maternal mortality is longstanding, which directly impacts black men and black women,
right?
And the black family. If you look at the work that I am doing that is about small businesses, you know, the person who helped my mother raise us, who was a second mother to us, was a small business owner. I have always focused for such a long time on what we need to do, knowing that our small businesses are part of the culture of our communities, right? Including the economic fabric and strength of the community. So what I'm talking about doing right now is based on longstanding work. It's not new. But as President of the United States, part of why it is important is it is a new approach to that job. It is about a new way that is based on a new generation of leadership, that is based on new ideas, and frankly, a different experience that brings my commitment to the work I am talking about into being.
Can you give us a breakdown of how you will allow blacks and other minorities to access capital? Because you speak a lot about capital, and in order for people to become successful and have some wealth, is that they need to have access to that to get started.
So that's in fact why I did, starting earlier this year, my economic opportunity tour, way before I was running for president, because I realized that so many of our entrepreneurs don't actually have we need to do better in getting information to people about what's available to them. So for example, through the Small Business Administration, there are funds available to help people create a business plan. There is resources available to help people just know how that you need to run a payroll, how you need to pay business taxes. Part of my plan, by the way, is to simplify taxes for small businesses. I like to say it's basically, I'm going to date myself, like,
how about we simplify taxes for everybody?
You remember the 1040 easy? Did you ever have to do a 1040 easy? Probably never.
No.
Okay, I did. But, simplifying tax returns for people, including our small businesses. But the work that I have done and will continue to do is about knowing that we don't lack for hard work, we don't lack for good ideas, but we do lack for information about the help that is available. So that's part of how it is going to be about increasing access to capital. Part of it is about putting more money. So I called up and got in touch with and worked with some of the big CEOs of the biggest corporations in America and said, and the big banks, that you all don't necessarily, you're not there in the community where you can get a $100,000 loan to a small business. You guys deal at a different level. But those $100,000 loans for a startup will go a long way. Let's get those billions of dollars that you've got, put them into community banks who are in the community, who know what the community needs, what they want, what the consumers there want, and then support those small businesses. So that's my approach to access to capital, including making sure that people have, again, simplifying taxes for small businesses. You know why, Shannon? Small businesses can't afford to hire a bunch of accountants and a bunch of lawyers. But that shouldn't be the reason they fail, because they didn't fill out the form properly, right?
Yes.
So my approach is really understanding the culture, understanding the needs, and then trying to fix problems. I love fixing problems with common sense solutions. And again, look, Donald Trump is never going to relate necessarily to the kind of folks that I'm talking about who on the ground just need to be seen and heard, and then let's fix the problems. Let's address the challenges to let them not just get by, but get ahead. And I want to put a fine point on this. Maybe it's a new perspective. I think it is. I believe that we have had great success in bringing black unemployment down to historic lows.
Yes.
But for me, that's a floor. For me, that's a floor. Because what I know is that it should be baseline that everybody's working. That's not enough. People want to build wealth.
Yes.
And intergenerational wealth.
Correct.
And I want to help people do that, right? I know if folks want to be able to take a nice vacation from time to time, have nice Christmas gifts for their kids under the tree.
Yes.
And it can't just be about, well, you got a job, applaud me for what I've done for you. Right. And that's the spirit with which I do my work.
I saw President Trump on a TV show, and he talked about defunding the Department of Education.
Yes.
Basically, we know that's going to affect communities like us that don't have the resources, and then because he says he doesn't. If they talk about slavery, which is a part of our history. It's
that they're trying to cover up.
Yes.
That they're trying to cover up.
They talk about racism, and he said, well, what we would do if they talked about it, they wouldn't get funding, and we know what communities are going to be most impacted by non-funding.
And understand that they want to get rid of the Department of Education and get rid of Head Start. You know whose kids are in Head Start? They want it is, and to your point, and I'm so glad you pointed this out, these are the same people who basically suggested that enslaved people benefited from slavery. The same people who are trying to ban and are banning books. And again, if we don't teach America's full history, we will never ensure that we don't make the same.
Yes.
To do those same things again.
Let's learn from that painful part of our history to make sure we don't repeat it, but not by not covering it up. Let's have an open and honest conversation about it. It happened.
And the effects of it.
Yes.
And the present day effects of it.
I think we both agree.
Shannon, that would have been a great segue into reparations. Great segue into reparations, but okay.
We can all agree on this, that there is a problem with, I don't know how the correct term, I think it's undocumented. How do we get a hold on that, Madam VP? How do we make sure, because I think I've heard you say you want a path to citizenship, but we want to, make sure people come in and do things properly.
Yes, that's exactly right. So first of all, I have personally prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I have prosecuted the Sinaloa cartel, the Guadalajara cartel. So I put my record up to anybody in terms of how strongly I feel about having a secure border and making sure that there is not that kind of trafficking into America. I also know that we need to put more resources at the border, which is why I supported a bill that came about, including from the most conservative members of Congress, to put 1,500 more border agents at the border, to do what we need to do to cut down the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States, which is killing people of every race and background. More resources would have gone to prosecuting human trafficking. Donald Trump got word of that bill. And he knew it would be a solution to a problem, which is that we have a broken immigration system. He got word of the bill, and he told his friends in Congress, don't put it up for a vote. Don't let it go any further. Because, you see, he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And is putting out tens of millions of dollars of campaign commercials full-time, trying to suggest that he cares about strengthening the border when he had an opportunity to participate in a solution, which he killed because he's not about problem solving. It's about a political game for him. My point is, we got to strengthen the border, and we need to have an immigration system that is fair and humane and strong in terms of making sure that people have to earn citizenship. They have to work hard to get it. My plan includes also strengthening what we need to do in terms of illegal entry in between ports of entry, what we need to do to put more support for Border Patrol agents, put more technology at the border. But it includes also, I'm never going to talk about people from Haiti eating their pets. And I think that we also know we don't want an immigration system that's about separating children from their parents. We can do it in a humane way. But the bottom line is we can fix these problems. The solutions are at hand. He stands in the way. and in particular on this issue.
If you were to become president, would you ask Congress to reinstitute that bill and try to get it through?
Absolutely. And also I would work across the aisle with Republicans. There are a lot of Republicans supporting me in this campaign. And I would work with Republicans to bring this bill back up so I can sign it into law. And I do want to talk about that for a moment. This is not 2016 or 2020 in terms of how people are thinking about Donald Trump. He was president, and the people who worked the most closely with him, Republicans at the highest level, his former chief of staff, his former defense secretaries, his former national security advisor, and his former vice president have collectively said he is dangerous and unfit to be president of the United States. And Shannon, you can just watch his rallies. I mean, did you see that 39 minutes of him swaying back and forth to YMCA? No, the man, you have to watch, and I encourage everybody who's watching this, watch what he's doing at these rallies. He is increasingly unstable and unfit to be president, according to the people who knew him best. All Republicans, by the way, who I just referred to, who know he is unfit to be commander-in-chief. He who will talk about service members. A lot of your listeners and the people who are a fan of your show have served or do serve in the United States military. He talks about military service members as being uncourageous, as being cowards, suckers, and losers. This is how the man talks. And so let's not get distracted by who he was on The Apprentice. Let's not get distracted by whatever, building in whatever city in Vegas or wherever has his name on it. Let's look at the job of President of the United States. And is he fit to do that job? And by the people who know him best, including most recently, a 4-star Marine general, his former chief of staff, they all say, those who know him best, he is unfit and dangerous.
I mean, that's true.
The previous administration, your administration that you were in.
That is fair. I mean, the main people who say don't elect him are the main people who he hired and worked with. Oh, man. What a shite show.
They got kudos for the student loan relief.
Yeah.
What's the contingency plan? Because I see it's still trying to go through and some of the courts have shot it down. Do you have a contingency plan to continue the student relief?
I'm going to keep fighting for it. And yes, because first of all, what I know is that too many people have been weighed down by their student loan debt to the point they question whether they can have a family, whether they can retire at some point, whether they could buy a home. So that's why I pushed for what we did around student loan debt. And thankfully, for example, we have billions of dollars in student loan debt relief that have gone, for example, to public servants like teachers and nurses and firefighters. But there's more we need to do. But, if I go into various communities like here in Atlanta and ask people how many people got their student debt relieved, the number of hands that go up and the life-changing experience people have had reminds me of the importance of this fight, and I'm going to continue to do it.
Have you let people know that President Trump, if he were to get back into office, he wants to offer police complete immunity? Like they can do no wrong, no matter what, how egregious.
Speak on it, Shannon. Speak on it, Negro. Speak on it.
Just the act may be, they have complete immunity. Do people understand what that means? Do they really understand what that means, Madam VP?
I hope so. And I encourage people to go online to see how he says it. I encourage people to go online to see how he talks about a day of violence.
This is a great time for you to mention the George Floyd policing bill, Kamala. This is a great time to mention police reform. Perfect time. Awesome segue.
Did you ever see the movies? Right. Understand. Again, don't take my word for it.
Take his.
Yeah, take his. And see where he stands on these issues.
I want to get you out of here on this one, Madam VP. You, like myself, attended and graduated from a historically black institution.
Proudly.
And it just goes to show you, if you look at myself, Stephen A., Michael Strahan, 3 of the most prominent voices in morning television, attended and graduated from an HBC. Yourself ascended to the highest of highs, graduated from an HBCU. What message would you like to share with students at all these historically black universities and colleges? What message would you like to share with them?
Oh, know your excellence. And know we are so proud of you, and we want you to have ambition. We applaud your ambition. We want you to know you can do and be anything, and don't ever hear no. And that no, you stand on broad shoulders, right? Because part of what we know is we have a legacy.
Yeah, we do.
And we stand then in that path, knowing that we also have the honor and the duty of excelling in every way possible, being able to see what is possible and not be burdened by other people's limited ability to see the same.
One more thing, I think something that's very, very near and dear to your heart is Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
I think 50 plus years, I think 72, 73, when it was Roe v. Wade said, hey, women have the right to their bodies. And all of a sudden the Supreme Court struck it down and says, no, you don't. We have control over that. What would that mean to you? So how do you get that? How do you go back and fight to make sure women still have control of their bodies?
So I'm so glad you brought it up. Shannon, first of all, think about one of the most basic rights that you could imagine is the right for you to be able to make decisions about your own body.
Correct.
Your own body.
Your reproductive rights.
And the court just took that right away from women. to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. And I think an important emphasis for me is you don't have to give up your faith or deeply held beliefs on this subject to agree the government shouldn't be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she'll talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her. And we need to fight against this. We need to understand how many women are suffering miscarriage and being denied help because the doctors are afraid they may end up in jail. In Texas, do you know they provide prison for life for doctors or nurses who provide reproductive care? Prison for life, Shannon.
Prison for
In the state of Georgia. A beautiful young woman, a mother of a 6-year-old son, died
That sounds
because of these
crazy.
Trump abortion bans. The majority of black women and the men who love them live in the South.
Yes.
Do you know in every state in the South except for Virginia, there is a Trump abortion ban?
Yes, I do. Hopefully everybody else knows that also.
Right. And so we all have to stand, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race, your background. We have to stand and say, look, this is just simply not right. And we cannot stand for the notion that Donald Trump could be president of the United States, he who chose a Supreme Court that would take this right from the women of America and the men who love them. And now we have women suffering to such an extent as they are. I think it's one of the most fundamental rights that's at play.
One more thing before you go, Madam VP.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's the real HU?
Oh, come on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. I didn't go to either one, so I just wanted to hear you.
You know.
Madam VP, Kamala Harris.
Thank you all. Thanks, Sam.
All right.
Running all my life, sacrifice.
Okay. Well, that was a snooze fest. Slight snooze fest, but interesting. I think right now, moving into the election, I don't think anyone is really doing any harm to their campaigns, to be honest with you. Aside from Trump at that fucking MSG rally, that shit was like, ooh, that was a miss. I think that was a misstep, 100% a misstep. But I don't know, man. I just like I said, when she wins, I don't think people are like, if she wins, she's gonna have to show out the next 4 years because I don't think she'll win re-election. For abortion in Texas, if it's not a medical emergency, the fine is $100K or 99 years. Are you serious? What? $100K or 99 or fucking life? Bruh, wow. Goodness fucking gracious. That's wild. That is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think there is. I was waiting for an October surprise. There was no October surprise, bro, that I'm aware of, unless you guys know any October surprise. But the whole point of the October surprise is that everybody's aware of October. Everybody's aware of the surprise. I didn't hear anything that was anything crazy to shake somebody's campaign. But we have a few days. You never know. Something else may come out. Something else may pop out and be like, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a fucking nothing burger. I don't know how people could be upset at that. What are you gonna be upset at? I don't know. What would people be upset at when it comes to this interview? It was like it was very much whop. There wasn't anything there, bro. Surprise can be the NY appellate court in favor of Trump. Appellate already told state they can be hit with the sanctions. I don't think any of that's going to change anything. As far as whether people vote for Trump or Kamala. Think she's going to win. Well, I know she's going to win. And I want my fucking money, Q. I want my motherfucking money. That's all. That's it. I don't want any excuses. I don't want to how my checking account works and that. No, I want my money. I want my money. That's it. That's gonna be it. Ain't nothing special here, bro. Ain't nothing special here. Nothing really happened. Apparently, Puerto Rico is a shithole. Oh man, imagine dropping. What was it? I think what was it? Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, and then what's the other name? Ricky Martin. Just like that, they're like, nah, we fuck him. We vote for Kamala. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, what was this about? Hold on, I want to finish this before we end the stream. I hope your pager doesn't go off. What happened?
Called Nazis. Stop doing.
You're called an
anti-Semite
more than anyone else at this table.
Yeah.
And people will sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite.
They were already voting for her. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, bro. You'd be surprised. I don't agree that they were already voting for her. I don't agree.
Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that you just say I should die.
Yo!
I should be killed.
The amazing army.
Yo! He said, well, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. That's wild. You heard Nicki Minaj voted for Trump? Yeah, I heard that. I heard. What is Nicki Minaj? Isn't she Haitian or something? What is Nicki Minaj? Black Conservative says the interview bombed and backfired. What interview? Oh, Shay Shay. I don't know how it backfired or bombed. I don't. That man, his political takes are as fucking has as much spice in them as fucking mayonnaise. Trinidadian. Okay, she's Trinidad.
Off. The thing is that
you just say I should die?
You should not.
That's not what he said, bruh. He said, I hope your pager doesn't go off. Essentially, I hope you're not linked too heavy with Al Qaeda. Or what's it? Not Al Qaeda. It's not Al Qaeda. I keep forgetting all the terrorist groups. Hamas, that's what it is. Hamas.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that.
That's not what he said. Oh my God. Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that.
Hold on. Did your guest just say I should be killed on live TV?
I said I hope
Guys,
you're...
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas?
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
Am I what? No, of course I'm not
Palestinians
supporting
are
Hamas.
not.
I apologize.
Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against me?
Ryan.
Lord in heaven. Lord.
That is completely.
No, I apologize.
That
Good
is
job, CNN.
completely
Let's have first
out
block
of
say the
pocket.
Muslim guy
You
should
know
be
that.
blown
I
up
apologize.
on
I
TV.
apologize.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
I thought he said
accused
Hamas.
him.
I
You didn't think I said Hamas.
No,
I
you
said I
didn't.
supported Palestinian
Yes, I
rights.
did.
Why? Because when you hear
What's funny
Palestinian,
is
you
Rudy
hear Hamas.
Giuliani said this
No,
yesterday,
because-
so you're a great guest to
Listen,
be here
all
to
right,
defend Rudy Giuliani.
Give me
I
one
wasn't
second.
going to entertain
Give me one
nonsense
second.
today, and so at this point,
This is what we're in
I
now.
can't
This
do
is America in
Here's
2024.
what I will say.
Forget the
Here's what
racism.
That's right.
It's I should
That's
die.
right.
I didn't say that. You said
That's not what he said. Oh my God, he's such a drama queen. That's not what he said.
What does beeper mean? Don't give me your fake
I did not say
ignorance.
you should
Guys,
die.
Why did you say with my beeper go?
What did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
So what did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
No.
No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
At least have the guts to support your racist comment.
Hang on.
So sorry.
Wait. How is it racist? Oh my God, he's getting fucking railroaded. He's getting railroaded. Fucking gold, man. Fucking gold. His comment was fucking crazy, but I don't know about. Oh, so you saying I should die? That's a bit extreme. 276. You on the line?
I'm sorry. You are truly a Democratic shield, sir. And it seems like you also, was it Netanyahu who's also paying your bills, it seems like. That man was truly insinuating he should die. What do you mean?
Wait, how is he insinuating he should die?
Lucas, if somebody says, I hope your beeper doesn't go off, what does that imply?
I hope that you're not a supporter of Hamas, which would then mean your beeper would explode.
When has he ever mentioned Hamas? Because we're talking about Palestinian people. When has he ever mentioned Hamas? When?
I don't know, but that's what he said.
That's the implication. It's no different than when you hear white people categorize everything black as negative. And then they're saying, well, 1350. What do you mean by that? You actually mean I should die because I'm talking out for Palestinian people.
That's not what he said. He said he thought he heard him say that he was a supporter of Hamas.
Look, he said Palestinians.
I know what he said.
Palestinians.
I'm not
Hamas.
saying that he didn't say that.
Hold up.
Now there
Let's
could
look
be
up
an
the
argument
word.
that he, as
How
far
do
as equates support for Palestine
Exactly.
with Hamas.
That's the point. Lucas,
But that's not the
point.
same. Hold on, but that's not the same thing as saying I hope you die.
That's what he's implying. Oh, come on. Don't play. You see, you really are a Democratic shield bought by the Jews.
That's not a Democrat shield talking
You have been
point.
bought by the Jews. So here's a
I wish I was bought by the
Democratic
Jews.
shield.
If there are any Jews who have
My
monies,
God, nah, they're not
I
paying you
am
enough,
available
really.
for sale. Okay, y'all were all right. If there are any rich Jews who are watching, I am available for sale. Shoot me an email at theamazinglucas@gmail.com. THEE amazinglucas@gmail.com. We will negotiate. Okay, I'm not bougie like Candace Owens. You don't even have to worry about all that.
No.
Absolutely,
You need to say it with your
I am
chest,
for
man.
sale, okay? And I know y'all have the money. Y'all were making a whole bunch of money off the slave ships. Listen, this is now voluntary, okay? You don't even have to steal me. I'm offering my services for a fee.
Oh my
wish,
God.
bro.
Okay.
I wish, but go on.
That's great. So you're telling me you're working for free, basically?
I don't think I'm working for them at all.
The way you, like I said, Lucas, the word Palestinians,
I think what
and
they
Hamas,
should do
two
is
different
target
words.
him. I think they
Two
should.
different words.
I don't disagree with you.
Two
I think
different enunciations.
I think the attack should be on you equating Hamas with Palestine. I think it's a bit much.
Exactly. That's what he's meaning.
I understand, but that's not what they said. He tried to act like he wished him to die.
Exactly. He did say that.
I think that's too big of a leap. I think that's too big of a leap.
I'm sorry, if a white man says, "Oh, I hope you don't get hit by a drive-by today," what does he mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean got hit by?
I wouldn't know, honestly.
If a white man basically
because mofos get hit by drive-bys
so
that aren't in
really
gangs.
Gonna play dumb on this?
Hold on, because that's the problem. The problem is that people get hit by drive-bys who aren't in gangs. But if I wanted to take that he thought I was in a gang, then I would take it that way. It's like, oh, so you think I'm in a gang?
Implying you just because of your skin tone and the fact that you were basically in America, all of a sudden, you should be hit by a drive-by. That's why I'm equating it to that. It's that disgusting. It's implied. It's just wordplay, but it's still the same. You're implying that I should die.
Then I
because
think
I'm supporting
I think the issue is not necessarily as far as the dying part. It's the fact that you're equating Hamas with support for Palestine. That's the issue.
And that anyone who supports Palestinians should die.
If you can go from there, absolutely. But first you have to establish that first. You just can't go, so you want me to die. Because like, wait, where did that come from?
No, but we're skipping the extra steps. We're going straight to the jugular.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't want to mess around.
You can't skip the extra steps because then it sounds outlandish. Because that's obviously not what he's saying.
Okay. Listen, all I'm saying, I hope you pass your interview because you're working for free, as you're saying right now.
I hope I pass, bro. I hope I get an interview, bro. If I could be so lucky.
I hope you get that money, Lucas.
If I could be so lucky to be interviewed by a Jewish billionaire or millionaire, man, best believe I'm
reach out to
passing
Lex
that
Friedman
interview.
or something. If you reach out to Lex Friedman or something, I'm sure Lex Friedman will be like, so we have a conservative here.
Bro, I'll get a
who's
Star
changed their mind
David
about Kamala
tattoo in
Harris.
a heartbeat, bro. No
All right,
shame in my
cool,
game.
man. Thanks. Let me go. Cheers, guys.
Listen, do I think he heard? Oh, I heard Hamas? No, I don't fucking think he heard Hamas, bro. Do I think he was equating fucking support for Palestine to Hamas? 100%. But you can't go from him saying that to, so you want me to die then? Because now you're giving him an out. Now it's like, well, I didn't say I wanted you to die. I just think how he handled it was poor. That's all I'm saying. How he handled it, it was poor. To me, I think he should have said, what I don't even know how you would take that. So I would just call him out, but like, so you're equating support for Palestine with Hamas. So essentially, you want me to die. You think I should die for supporting Palestine. I think that's a little better way than just saying, you want me to die. Like, wait, what?
You're a racist, violent. Stop doing.
You're called an
Stop
You've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table.
Yeah.
And people would sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, I hope your beeper doesn't go off for supporting Palestine. But at the end of the day, what the fuck are you going to do? You're not going to do anything, bro. At the end of the day, what you really going to do? Netanyahu already said you ain't going to do shit. So he can talk this way. To be honest with you, he can talk this way. You're not going to do anything. But that is fucking wild.
I should die.
Now, I think him saying, are you saying that I should die? That's a bit much.
Say I should die.
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that.
Did you just say I should be killed? Right? I think it's just, okay, you doing a little, you're doing too much.
Did your guest just say I should be killed?
Did your guest just say I should be killed? Right now he's putting on CNN, the network, of having somebody who is advocating for violence on the network. It's just, nah, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. He could have gotten him. He absolutely could have just blown him out of the water. I just think he went at the very melodramatic fucking way.
On live TV.
I said I hope
Guys,
you're.
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Of Hamas.
Guys,
Of Hamas? It's either you support Israel or you support Hamas. That's it. Okay, it's very binary with these people. It's very simple. You either support Israel or you support Hamas. What's so difficult about this? I don't understand. What's so difficult about this? It's a very simple option. It's a very simple answer, to be honest with you. Either you support Israel or you support Hamas. I don't even think he knows how to spell Palestine, to be honest with you. I think when it comes to people like this, they don't hear Palestine. I think it automatically gets converted in like the ear canal to Hamas.
let me
I said
stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
Am I what? No, of course I'm not.
Palestinians
Are you a supporter of Hamas? That's
Then I apologize.
Are you a
Ryan.
racist,
Then I
violent
apologize.
person
Then I
inciting
apologize.
violence against me?
Ryan,
That's disgusting.
that is completely.
Then I apologize.
Wait, is he a gay Jew? Interesting.
That
Good
is
job, CNN. Let's
completely
have first
out
block
of
say the
pocket.
Muslim guy
You
should
know
be
that.
blown
Then I
up
apologize.
on
Then I
TV.
apologize.
Don't
Then I
say
apologize.
then I
Wow.
apologize. You literally.
I thought he said
accused
Hamas.
him.
I apologize.
You didn't think I said Hamas.
And then just lie like that. I thought he said Hamas. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I genuinely believe that he did think he said Hamas, because I don't think he knows how to say Palestine. I'm be honest with you. I'm with my Jewish brethren here. Okay, I'm with my Jewish brethren. All right, as a Jew myself, that naturally happens all the time, right? When someone says Palestine, you automatically hear, oh, so you support Hamas. I mean, it just is what it is. It's how our ears have been trained to pick up when, they say, Palestine. Like, oh, Hamas.
Hamas.
No,
I
you
said I
didn't.
supported
Yes, I did.
Palestinian
Yes, I
rights.
did.
Why? Because when you hear
What's funny
Palestinian,
is
you
Rudy
hear Hamas.
Giuliani said this
No,
yesterday,
because-
so you're a great guest to
Listen,
be here
All
to
right,
defend
I
Rudy
told
Giuliani.
myself
Give me
I
one-
wasn't going to
give me-
entertain
give me one
nonsense
second.
today, and so at this point,
This is what we're in
I
now.
can't
This
do
is America in
Here's
2024.
what I will say.
Forget the
Here's what
racism.
That's right.
It's I should
That's
die.
right.
I didn't
That's-
say
that-
that. You
You
should
said
die.
what?
Oh my gosh.
What does beeper mean? Don't give me your
I
fake
did not
ignorance.
say you should
Guys,
die.
Why did you say
guys,
with my
give me-
beeper
give me
go?
a-
What did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
So what did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
What did you mean by the beeper? Medi's gonna get in your ass, bro. That's what's gonna happen.
No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
At least have the guts to support your racist comment.
He said, Ryan, stop talking. Just
Hang on.
So sorry.
Let her bring it back.
This is
Hang
why yesterday's rally was disgusting.
This
Don't
is
call us
amazing.
Nazis, but I'm going to threaten the brown guy as
This
a
is
terrorist
why,
and kill him.
Because I didn't ever say Donald Trump was Hitler. But do you know who stood on a stage yesterday and said, I want to come to the Nazi rally? I don't have to make up words and call you something. You're saying it for yourself. And what you just said
Kamala
right
Harris
here,
is a pimp
apologize,
handler.
but I will tell you, I don't accept that apology, and you didn't even say it
That's
to
fine.
me.
I didn't say it
that
to
was
you.
disgusting. But I
Why
can be
did it say it
offended
to you?
when you don't even say it to me. I'm not Puerto Rican, but I was offended by what he said
Okay.
yesterday. And I'm offended that the former president and potentially future president would allow it and go for 12 hours and not say, I don't care. Because you know what? When Kamala Harris put out statements about switching of opinions, it wasn't good enough for Republicans.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you said it.
Why don't
'Cause
you take this back a little?
Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Anyways, everyone, have a good night. Don't drink and drive. I'll see y'all mañana. Adios, muchachos.